Welcome to the fourth round of the TePe Sigeman chess tournament here in Malmö. And today I'm joined by Axel Smith, well-known book writer, chess book writer. You have this very popular fourth round of the TePe Sigeman the chess tournament here in Malmö. And today
we can hear your voice 2 times.
Yes,
even better.
One is well known for the Woodpecker book.
Yep.
It is the biggest success maybe of it. Pump Up Your Rating also was.
Yeah, but Woodpecker is surprisingly famous, I would say.
Yeah, this is the big success. And you also have a number 2.
Yeah, that came last year.
Yeah.
So let's see, maybe we can make 20 of them. No.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And you also have some courses on Chessable.
Yeah.
We take a look at the games. We can say that we have 3 players in the lead. It is now Sindarov, Grandelius, and Erdogmus, yes. They 3 are on +1 after 3 rounds. We take a look at the first game, Sindarov against Lamy.
And we can also note that no of the leaders are playing each other today.
No. And also there is no player on 0 points, because yesterday Tan won, which was good for the tournament, I think. Sindarov, he played e4, and Lamy play Sicilian again.
Yeah.
Played the night of yesterday.
Yeah, and you asked him about his opening just before the round.
Yeah.
But he didn't reveal anything.
No,
really.
no. I just said that I had expected Caro-Can or e4, e5. But he said he played the night of sometimes. And yeah, 2 days in a row, actually. Here we are again. But yesterday, Robson played bishop e3. There is, of course, a lot of moves here. He played f4. Not so common.
No?
It's like an old variation, actually. e5 is the normal response. And now... no.
Now you normally go knight f3.
Yes. Yeah, I thought I had expected this.
It looks normal when you move the f-pawn to put something behind.
Yeah. He played.
And probably this is a position Lamy doesn't know what to do.
And now he's thinking, yeah, could it be a new position already?
I doubt.
But maybe a new position for Lamy.
I don't think he's too afraid.
No.
Because it's the night of its some variation.
Yeah.
And White is not really doing something. I don't think it's a new concept. It's just a new move.
We will see. We go on. We take a look at the Swedish player Nils Grandelius playing Ray Robson. And today Nils played d4. He has played e4 a lot in the last games. But I know that he didn't fancy to play against the Berlin defense.
Yeah, I was visiting Ferdinand Helles yesterday, and we were watching the games, and he said this opening should be banned.
Yeah.
That was his conclusion.
So Nimsu Indian. Of course, White has a lot of moves, but he played the old Rubinstein. Castle, bishop d3.
And now you should choose where to go with the knight to e2 or f3.
Yeah, and black can choose to play d5, c5, or even b6. So there is a lot of possibilities. c5, knight f3.
And again, black can choose between d5 or taking first on.
Yeah, I can play. Yeah, I can take. You can play. You can also play b6. There is a lot of moves, although, but this is the. Shall we call this the main line?
And again, black has a choice.
Yes.
No, it's too early to say something.
Yeah. You could play this. This is very common, at least. Cup of variation, they call it.
Okay, so we have 2 main lines so far, the Naidov and the
Nimsu. Yeah, it's good. And then we have Tan against Ivanchuk. She played e4. And you could expect everything now, I think.
Yeah, but maybe not the move we played.
No. So this was a surprise. Scandinavian defense. Take. You can go here. You can go here. You actually also can go all the way back.
Yeah.
But this is the old main line.
I played it yesterday. I had a simul in Google in Stockholm.
Ah, okay.
And this was the only game I did not win when I played the Scandinavian.
You got punished. Knight f6. Knight f3. And c6.
That looks very early.
Yeah. But she avoids getting pinned.
Yeah, but if black wanted to pin, couldn't black do it the last move?
Maybe could. You mean like this?
Yeah.
I think you play h3. Normally they nowadays place the bishop on f5 anyway. So
yeah.
we will see c6, knight e5.
But maybe the point is if black wants to pin, black wants to do it after white has developed the light red bishop to c4.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it works.
And what is this?
Was it played?
Yes. Knight c4. Ah, she's playing.
That's also surprising, I think. Why move it again for the third time already? But the point must be to, after queen c7, maybe go chasing the queen again with g3, do you think, and bishop f4?
Or maybe queen f3 or bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least come with a bishop on this diagonal.
Because if not, then the queen is better on c7 than on a5.
Yeah. Is the move played? Queen d8 going all the way back.
Okay, but that is sensible. But okay, bishop e6 surprises me a little bit.
Yes.
Anyway.
So this one probably has to move, but of course you can play g6 and bishop g7. So the queen has gone like this and this and this,
Yeah.
and the knight has gone this and this and this.
So I think if we should count who is ahead in development, it's much more easier to look at the pieces, not
yes.
counting like this. Okay,
But
white has 2 minor pieces developed and black has 2.
And white is
Yeah, to move.
To move.
So it's
yes.
a normal way.
Yes.
But okay, the question is if the pieces are well placed or not.
Yeah. And you could argue that this bishop on e6.
But normally the bishop is bad on e6 because you can threaten it with like knight g5.
Yeah.
But that is not possible here.
We have already moved the knight away from this.
Yeah, I don't think it will go back.
No. So this is interesting position, and I think this is no. They have played one more move. Bishop e2, develop, sensible.
Yeah, I know what is white's next move here.
Castle.
Yes.
Yes. Do we think that this is the next move for black?
I think so.
We have to develop the bishop so we can cast, I guess.
And g7 is a good square also pointing towards the slightly undefended pawn on d4.
We will see. We take a look at the last game. It's Erdogmus against Rapport.
So do you think Ivanchuk is playing this because he wants to win, just to get a game with all the pieces on the board? And
yeah, both reasons. Get the pieces, get something not so well known, and I think he wants to win because he lost yesterday.
Yeah. After 32 games without a loss before that.
Yeah, there were so many games, yes. Impressive.
I was not here yesterday, but he played on for very long.
Yeah, he was not so happy. E4 was played, so he has his third white in 4
So we will see another exchange French? Or exchange Spanish?
No, we will not, because c5 was played, but no open.
Yeah.
So he's playing more solid, like in the all other games also. G6, normal. Castle. And then D3. Normally you try to build a center.
Yeah.
play rook e1, c3, or maybe you can take. But this is more quick development, maybe.
Yeah, but it doesn't look so threatening.
No. Play d6. Took.
Okay, so he takes now when black cannot take back with the d pawn.
Yeah.
So he has taken now on c6 in all his white games.
Yes, he wants to give the bishop on c6. Third time.
And
So
the
now,
point with the last move is to try to isolate his c pawns.
yeah. So if we take, of course, we can never hold on to this, and we have these very bad pawns.
And it also stops black from developing the knight on g8 to the most normal square.
Yeah. And if we play this, then this pawn is
lost, I think.
Yeah, quickly. It's like a Nimsinian almost. So e5 is interesting. Bishop g4 was played. Took on d6. Have to take with a pawn because we don't like to have these pawns isolated. And h3. Take. So they are playing very quick, especially black.
Yeah, it's surprising. It looks like a new position.
Yeah, probably
Not.
It isn't. Knight c3, h6. So we want to stop this one.
And if white went their last move, then the b2 pawn was hanging.
Yeah, so we couldn't play this because this pawn was hanging, but after knight c3, black wanted to stop this. Bishop f4, develop, and castle. Knight e4 they're playing.
I'm very surprised.
They must follow well-known games.
I guess some players would have been in time trouble already.
Yes. This pawn.
And the b pawn is also hanging. But if those two pawns are exchanged, then black gets the isolated c pawns.
Yeah, then we can threaten this one and we can take this later on.
Yeah.
So knight e4, knight f5, defending d6.
And g4 is not winning a pawn because the knight can move with the threat against the queen.
Yeah. And now we would regret. Yes.
A lot.
So he played c3, defending this pawn and taking control of this square.
And maybe g4 can be a threat. Knight h4 and the queen moves.
Because this one is still very weak. Rook b8, immediately played. Threatens.
Rook b1 maybe? Because you don't want to retreat with the queen to defend the pawn.
And I don't want to move the pawn because then this one will be extremely weak. So this is actually the position. And now white is thinking.
Yep.
And black has played all these moves.
I'm impressed by Rapport's preparation here.
Yes.
Okay, white has played quite quickly too.
Yes. Okay, we go back. Take a look at this. We were in this position.
Yep.
Sindarov, Lamy.
We have the same.
Yeah.
No, you haven't moved. Okay.
No. He played bishop e7. Then he took immediately.
Yeah. Everything is surprising now.
Yeah. Exchanging queens.
To give the possibility to castle. So white is playing on the squares here on the queen side. The b6 square is slightly weak. c5.
Better development also.
So white's next move may be knight a4 to try to pinpoint.
Yeah, something like this, but we have problem with this pawn. This is the... Do we want to castle maybe? So this is a surprising variation, and I think it's prepared by white, but not by black.
Yeah.
I can see, because black is thinking. So I think he's surprised.
Okay, so what black wants to do is to develop those pieces on the queen side. If black managed to develop, then everything is fine.
Yes. And white must do something rather quick.
Yeah.
The problem is this pawn on e4. I cannot, because it's not protected by another pawn. So I have to keep my knight, probably keep my knight on c3.
So where do black want to put the pieces? The bishop on g6 maybe? It leaves the queen side a bit undefended, though.
We would like to at least play against this pawn.
Yeah.
So either here, here. But always difficult. Normally you should start with the knights, I have learned.
Yeah.
Because the bishop you don't know so quickly. But the knights, should it be here or here? Probably c6.
And I guess white will castles long anyway.
Yeah.
Not that the king is better there, but to gain a tempo, the rook is immediately coming to the center.
Yes. You have a good file. Okay, we have to take a look at Niels. We had this position. d5 was played. And now he didn't castle, which was played.
Every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the time. But I know you can also take. But because then you avoid a lot of variations. But of course you have taken rather early on d5. Take back.
And the downside is, okay, white's pawn was more advanced on c4 than black's pawn on e6. And also you open up for the black bishop on e8.
So now there is possibility to develop easy. But the point should be that you want to play against this pawn.
And normally if black has an isolated pawn, with white you want a bishop on g2 to attack it,
Yeah.
a bishop on g5 to pin the knight on f6.
So you would like a bishop here.
So this, even if white manages with everything, black has a quite solid isolated pawn.
Yeah.
So it's not a very ambitious variation, I would say.
No.
But black can also try to be more ambitious here, try to take back on c5 with the knight instead.
You can always maybe go for this also.
Yeah.
But let's see, where are we? Bishop g4, castle, and this is the position right now. So okay, we have an isolated pawn, but black is very active.
Yeah, so black should be okay.
Yes.
But if Niels has studied this position,
which he must have.
Yeah.
This morning, I guess.
And black has a lot of choices. That is sometimes a problem.
Yes.
Everything looks okay, more or less, but
you can take with the bishop. You can of course develop the knight.
Or knight d7.
Or knight d7. So you can come here, you can come here.
And queen a5 also.
Yeah, you can play. Yeah, rook e8. That's a no move, so to speak.
Yeah. And what is white doing with this pin on the knight on f3?
Yeah.
Is it a big deal if white gets a double pawn there? Yeah, it's not good.
Depends. Then you have to be very quick with king h1 and rook g1 if this will be a double pawn. But how do we take back the pawn? Black should take this.
I like knight d7 if there is no problem with that one.
Let's try.
We can see that the bishop on c1 is not very happy. White cannot play b3 now. And what else?
If you get to take this one and then take like this, is this okay? I was thinking about this move.
I'm happy then for black that the pawn is on a3.
Yes.
So white cannot play bishop a3.
a3. Exactly, in this. And now this pawn is as weak as this one.
Yeah, and the bishop on c1 is not good, so the bishop pair is not an asset for the moment.
Have to play this later on and put my bishop on b2 in that case.
Yeah. But black will be slightly more active when the position opens up, because black has some space here, and then black can have more active minor pieces. You can see black has the bishop on g4 and the knight on c5. White's pieces are rather limited.
And the rook will soon be here and so on. So yeah.
It must be okay for black.
Yes, I agree. Let's see. No, I don't know if this was played or if it was my. It took with the bishop immediately. H3 was played and bishop H5.
You should keep the pin.
Yeah.
But now B3 is at least possible.
Yeah, because you want to have the bishop here.
Yeah.
And there is the
D4 is possible, but
I would like it even more, let's say, in this position.
Yeah.
Is it possible to play this, or am I going
A4? Probably.
Yeah. Maybe I'm not in time to.
You want to at least be able to retreat to A7. Now it is.
I can take a pawn if I want.
Yeah, even with G4.
Yeah. So this is not working.
It was a bit surprising that he took with bishop.
It's 3, bishop H5. And we like this. Or do we have another move?
And if D4 immediately, it is the same, right? Then knight A4 anyway.
Yeah, you have to move the bishop, and then we
take the pawn in some way.
Maybe we can take it. Or you want to play G4 and take with a knight?
I don't know. But it's good for white to take this pawn.
Yeah. Of course you can take, but then we have the bishops.
Or maybe even more.
Yeah, let's say so. Then we have this.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, I want to take this one.
Yeah, maybe.
But I didn't go to calculate this. I just develop and
I see. Have two very strong diagonals.
Yeah.
But like, in case of b3, black is still okay, but now black is not so active anymore.
No.
White will manage to complete development.
So white played it more ambitious, not playing b3. He wants to play b4.
Okay. The downside is that black can now keep the bishop on the diagonal with a6 and bishop a7.
We want to play something like this. And then we want to come here, and then we want to push this.
Yeah.
Equalize completely.
And probably black is okay even without being able to go d4.
I guess I can also play knight c6. But it's not the Berlin defense, at least. It's more play.
Yeah.
And I think this was what I wanted. And black is thinking. We have Tan against Ivanchuk. This Scandinavian. We had this position. They played g6.
Yeah, that's.
Bishop f4, not castle. Starting with bishop f4. Is she going to play with long castle?
It looks like the knight on c4 and c3 risks come into a pawn attack if white castles long.
So bishop g7 was played. Queen d2. Could be long castle. Could also be just to...
Yeah, but then the d4 pawn is dropping.
Yes.
It doesn't really work.
So what do you like? Long castle later on?
I don't know.
Black is...
I'm not too afraid with black yet, but can white...
Do you want... Is black to move? Do you want to castle, maybe?
Because in case of knight d7, then maybe bishop h6 without the d4 pawn dropping.
Yeah, because now we have blocked the queen.
I want to castle.
Yeah, and now white has a choice. Long or short castle. This is more fun. But as you say, there will be a lot of tempo with the pawns.
Let's move them immediately.
So you want to go here instead?
I would have castled short.
Yes.
So maybe this bishop f4, queen d2 is just trying to threaten black a little.
Yeah, and maybe
confusing black.
Play this and then this.
Yeah. But it's not very ambitious for white.
No.
But okay, in the long run, this small weakness on g7 may tell. I remember there was a game with Ulf Andersson in his first correspondence tournament. He said he played very easily in a position like this and just exchanged the dark for the bishop.
Yes.
And then won.
And then won.
Yeah.
But that was in correspondence.
Yeah.
And that was also Ulf Andersson with another type of style, maybe than Tom, I think. Okay, we take a look at Erdogmus against Rapport.
We expected rook AB1.
Also came. Rook B5. Played
also very quickly.
Very quick, yes.
Okay, so what is the point with that one?
We can play now D5 because C5 is protected. This is the point.
And then after that, maybe Queen B6 to put more pressure on the B2 pawn.
Yes. And he's thinking now.
Also, this is somewhat of a threat, actually. Because if you go D5, let's say white makes a nonsense move.
Rook E1.
Yeah, not really nonsense, but
No.
D5.
And now we cannot take because the rook is defending. Now we have to go back, which we don't like on principle.
But then after Queen B6, black has two threats. If you just move one more move. Okay, maybe not there, but Queen B6. I was thinking Knight G3.
Yeah, you want to take it.
Yeah, something takes back, Queen B6. And black is threatening this pawn, but also
this pawn. So what should we do?
So it would be surprising if black has the better pawn structure here. White has only 2 pawn islands. Black has 3 pawn islands and a double pawn.
So he should be active.
But the problem for white is that the b2 pawn doesn't want to move, then the c3 pawn is weak, and the c pawn cannot move because the d4 square will get weak.
Yeah, so there is some pressure.
So white needs to defend those in a good way. So just if we can think of the defense, maybe the rooks on c2 and e2 would be good.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
I want to try something active. I just want to see if this is possible to play. This is just bad.
Yeah.
I have to move it.
Yeah. With threat.
And then here.
And now we have a threat. So I guess the pawn should move.
And now I wanted to do something active.
Yeah, you can make a threat.
But maybe my knight is never...
Is g5 now winning material?
Yeah, probably. So this maybe is not working. There is no time for... Can I do this?
You want to move the queen so you can take on h4.
Yeah.
Then the bishop on c7 will also be...
Yes, and also this one.
Yeah.
So
probably too clever.
But where does the queen move?
Okay, so let's make an easy choice. Just go to d7. Keep contact with the bishop on c7.
Yes. I'm taking some chances now. They play rook b7. I have to do it in another order.
So your point is to chase away the rooks. You can
so I can take
the pawn on c5.
Yes, but I'm losing this pawn. Now it's very tricky. And g4, of course, you will regret it later on.
So what is the most sensible and easy choice for white? Is there one?
I think the problem is there might not be an easy choice.
Yeah.
Because there is a threat. Because this is like the normal move, but then we don't have a defense maybe. What else could we do?
Okay, bishop e3 avoids d5, but it does not look right.
No. If I put in a4,
Yeah, then you're creating a hole on b3.
Yes.
But okay, your point is still to attack the pawn on c5.
Yeah. Just a try.
I'm not even sure where to go. a5 is possible. I get
Yeah.
the threat.
But then I wanted to go for my old variation, because now my point should be bishop c7 later on.
A nice one.
I'm not convinced at all, but that was the point. I think rook a5 looks strange. Where should you put it?
Yeah, wherever you go, you walk into some kind of threat.
Yeah.
So you're still going for g4 next move?
Depends if on this. I think I want to try this again. This. Because now it's hanging or not.
It is.
Yes, and I don't see a response.
And that's the same case after rook b6 and rook b7. So
Yeah,
maybe rook a5 is still the move.
yeah. You try again. I want to try this. You say he should play that and this. It's hanging. And d5 is not possible because of this, I think.
Yeah, I have knight f3 check, but it makes no sense. You just move the king. And now another piece is hanging.
So rook b5, but rook b5 was played instantly.
Yep.
So this should be, yeah, exactly. Must be preparation because it's played so quick. The problem is I
Yeah,
cannot see.
g4 is suggested here also, but I'm not even sure what position they mean in the chat. And they would suggest a4, which is what you did.
Yeah.
It's the natural move.
Oh, it's a natural move. Okay. But I actually don't see what I should do. But there must be a move.
What about answering g4 with d5, like giving up a pawn somehow? So go rook a5. Let's say.
Yeah. g4. I want to play d5 now. Take.
The point was to sacrifice a pawn, but the a4 pawn would be hanging and white's king is a little bit open.
Yeah.
But it's speculative.
So maybe it's possible. But he didn't play it, or what? Sorry, queen d1.
Not a4.
Queen d1. Okay.
This is just simply to defend the b pawn.
And or maybe now this is maybe a threat because the knight is not hitting the queen.
Maybe.
That is a surprising move.
But d5 is now kicking away the
d5. Can I answer it with some
a4? And now a4 is defended.
yes?
A5 is forced to keep the pawn on c5 defended.
Can even play this.
Okay, I have to take. I have to move the rook.
Now I have a nice square, at least.
Yeah. Black also has a square on
d4,
but
yeah.
white came with a lot of active moves.
Yes.
Intuitively, it looks good for white.
So queen d1 was also a nice try with the same idea to play g4 probably and a4.
Yeah, and in case of d5, white is probably going for this variation that you showed.
Yeah.
With a4.
So on this, we suspect this is the move. And black is not responding immediately, at least.
I'm not. If you prepare an opening with the engine, maybe Queen D1 is not a move that you
No.
consider.
Okay, we come
I
back.
think he's very happy with the outcome, Rapport, but now
Oh,
sometimes you're too happy just to sit there and know the moves, and now we have to work.
yes,
It was easier when all was worked out before.
before, yes. Niels, he played this a3, it was the last move. Knight c6, very normal. b4, of course, was the point of a3.
So how are you deciding where to put this bishop? That black did not put it on a7 now.
If
So
you
here
want,
it can be, yeah, you can go to every square.
yeah, normally you want it to be ready to push d4, if it's possible.
But the downside by bishop b6 is that it can be threatened by knight a8.
Yeah, but then we play this normal bishop c7, queen d6,
And take on f3.
and take on f3 and give mate. So let's say, okay, let's say this. It's not easy. Yeah, rook c8, or even a6. It's very difficult to put the bishop on d6, queen on d6 and bishop on c7, as long as knight b5 is.
Is this the game?
No, I'm not sure. I don't think so. We will see. Moves. No, this is the position right now. If they play, can we play d4 now?
Yeah, because now knight a4 is no move, because d takes e3.
Yes, the bishop is defended.
It looks fine, even better for black.
So that should be another move, probably.
And knight b5 is not the move, I think, then just a6.
We are not in time to control the square, really. So you can just take.
Yeah.
Nothing going on. I can.
And white can, of course, easily get equality just by playing bishop e2.
Yes. Yeah, and then.
That is not what you want.
No, there must be something more in this for white. I can, of course, attack the bishop first, but I don't like my knight on a4.
What if the knight continues then to c5 and attacks this pawn on b7? How is black reacting?
What do you want
So
to play?
let's say knight a4.
Yeah, I guess he moves the bishop.
And then knight c5.
Attacking this one. And I don't want to play b6.
Yeah, if the b pawn is moving, then the knight on c6 is unstable also.
But let's try. You have to go.
Knight a6, I think.
I have
Get the tempo.
Okay,
That was the move.
but maybe you can win.
I only get 2 pieces for the queen if I take the bishop.
It's not enough. Then I have to move the rook.
And that is not what white wants.
No. So what does white want? White want to block on this square. How do we do it?
But okay, let's say that white goes knight a4 anyway.
Yeah.
And now bishop b2.
b2. Yeah.
So now black can go for this trap. Queen d6 trying to give mate.
Yes, because now this is a very big threat.
And maybe rook e1 is possible, but it's not so convenient.
No. And if we play g3, we are weakened.
Yeah, so g4 is also a try.
That looks very dangerous.
But the point might be, if you just retreat, then I can maybe win the pawn on d5.
Yeah. I try. This looks dangerous. Queen.
It does. Yeah, I would not want to be white. I don't see that there is a mate.
No.
If you go rook e1 now. creating an escape square for the king.
But you have enough play without giving mate, probably. Just with 2 pawns for piece.
And maybe even king g2 now is possible also. To take back on f3 with the king.
Okay, I don't have to take with the king. Suspicious. I think this next move.
Okay, now it's a critical position.
Yeah. And you should suspect this is well known somehow. There is no strange move has been played.
Yeah,
Often
it's difficult to analyze such position because every move is possible during the last few moves.
Yeah, but probably this must have been played before. Take on c5. This position must be known or not.
I don't know.
Something has been played. Bishop e2, just breaking the pin.
And now d4 is possible or not?
We have to check. It comes here.
Okay, so we should look out for some undefended pieces. The knight on c3 is undefended, and the bishop h5 is a little bit undefended.
Should we?
I think the normal way would be to take with the pawn first. So when you take with the knight, you take a bigger thing. But black can take with the knight on d4.
d4. Yes.
And then just take back on d4. And the c3 knight is attacked.
Or take with the queen or with the bishop?
Both seem to work.
Yeah. Because this one is hanging. So there is no piece to win.
Yeah. And now black is active, so it should be, yeah, equal.
At least.
Even if black has the white has the bishop pair.
Yeah. So bishop e2 was played, and why not d4?
Yeah, to allow black to take on e3 looks very strange.
Yeah, so you have to.
You have to take it. But it cannot help. Can it really help to take with this one first?
We try.
Okay, it can. Because if knight takes, then bishop takes h5.
Yes.
It is a pawn up.
Because now this is not under a threat.
And if black takes on e2, then white takes back and removes the knight.
Pawn up.
So black has to take with the bishop on d4.
And this is maybe not what he likes. Because I will take.
And now black cannot take on d4 with the queen. That is losing. Or can? Yeah, it can,
no,
maybe.
Maybe can you just take? Maybe I can play this.
Because if white exchanges queens, then the h5 bishop is not hanging anymore.
Then you have to play something with a good bishop somehow, but
yeah, and the knight on h5 is slightly misplaced.
Yeah, but this is. But if this is all he gets, it's not so much.
Yeah. No, the knight is active on d4.
So bishop e2 was the last move, and black can consider d4, but is of course not forced to play it.
And maybe now it's black that wants to keep more play.
Yeah.
Because in that last position, it should be a draw.
If we get one extra move, we will play this, probably. Yeah, I think black is now thinking hard to see if d4 is playable or not.
And I think it is.
Yes. So what just do? We'll take a look again. We take with a knight.
Yeah.
We have to take with, what did we say? We have to take with a bishop.
Yeah.
Can take it. I must take it.
Everything is forced. We have to take with the queen, we think.
Yes, but now
Yeah, if you take on h5, you get 2 bishops against 2 knights, but with
Probably.
no pawns in the center, the knight will have strong.
Yeah,
you have bishop d2 here.
I have this, yes. Okay.
But still, the knights on e4 and d4. I cannot guess that white can keep.
Where do you want to go?
Yeah, nowhere. I'm satisfied anyway.
But you have to move it.
Okay. Okay. Now let's go to b2. Stay active.
Oh, sorry. This one again.
Good afternoon, Stellan.
Yes. One. We have seen it every day. This. I wanted to put my, but now the rook d8 is maybe no. But can I? No, I cannot. I have to. No,
you cannot.
This.
You see,
Okay, I have big problems.
the position is opening up, and then the knights are better than the bishops.
Yeah, and also the rooks, especially this rook,
Yeah,
will be very annoying. We have no. So d it is.
so maybe those last moves from white, how to play a3, b4, or knight a4, which move order was quite important to keep the selected pawn on d5. And maybe bishop e2 is a way out. It's very early, but
Yeah, but I see the clock 1:15.
yeah, it's surprising.
Yeah, that you should reach this position so quick. It's a little bit surprising. Okay, we take a look at the next game. Tan against Ivanchuk. We had this.
We did not have short castle, I think.
Yeah, this was the last move. Short castle, rook fe1. Normal play.
We suspected white not to go for the long castle.
Yeah.
That's what happened. So, okay, how can white?
The problem for white is that normally you want to advance this pawn, c3 or c4, but there is a lot of knights to remove. But what does black want? Also not clear.
Okay, black just wants to be happy.
Yeah.
Everything is developed. The king is safe.
But the queen has no good square.
Yeah.
Because we would like to move a rook to d8. But then we have to move the queen, but we have no good square.
Yeah, that's an advantage of having some space.
Yes.
Like white has here.
Yeah. So we have moved the queen, and we can come with the rook. But where do we place this one?
So I think black wants to exchange a knight.
So you want to play this?
I'm not sure what, or knight d5.
Yeah, I agree. You want to exchange some pieces.
D5 is threatening 2 things, so that is really an exchange.
Yeah, we will not lose this one for sure.
And it's a little bit unnecessary to get a double pawn on the c file.
I have to move. Or should I take? Don't like it.
If you take and I take back with the pawn, what about that pawn structure? Now black wants to like advance the pawns on the queen side, do some minority attack.
Now I have to move this knight again.
And normally in such a position, white plays for the e5 square, but now white can just take it.
Yes.
No, this looks fine for black.
So knight d5, if I move the bishop.
Okay, I wanted to exchange, so let's do that. And you want to go into a pin?
If I come here, you hit me with c5.
Yeah.
Because this is... If I take with a pawn, I have a double pawn.
But okay, if you use the b file, I cannot place the queen on c7, I cannot place the rook on b8. So this bishop is controlling some squares. And in case of knight b6, maybe white goes knight a5. Maybe it's just a single threat.
But still.
Queen d7. Yeah, a little bit annoying to have to defend this b7 pawn forever. But I think black should be okay here.
Yeah.
So I think knight d5 is possible.
Knight d5 is absolutely possible. So
I didn't see yesterday, was he in time trouble, Ivanchuk?
yes, yes.
And 2 days ago, a big time trouble against Lamy.
Yesterday was in big time trouble, I would say.
Okay.
He had like 1.5 minutes after 25 moves. Something like this.
So that is why he's thinking now.
Yeah. So
Have it.
okay, here we are back with Sindarov against Lamy. Had this knight of variation, very strange, with a quick queen exchange.
And it's strange for both.
Yeah, yes. It's not typical Sicilian, of course. Bishop e3, knight, bishop e6, knight c5.
Now to me, you should go back.
He didn't. He played b5. He wants
Okay,
to.
so black is claiming all these squares now, but the
So
problem is that he gives up the
bishop.
knight square bishop.
But now he's controlling this square. And maybe this is a threat because this pawn need defense.
But even if this pawn is lost, it opens up for the 2 bishops
Yes.
to open files in the center. So I think white can just castle along. I don't think black should take this pawn.
No. You should develop.
So the king should be kept close to this e-pawn, e6 pawn to defend that one. Because otherwise it can be attacked by the light squared bishop. Yeah, probably knight first. And white wants to include a rook on h1.
I cannot take, maybe.
Yeah, you can. And this knight is lost. And white will be 2 pawns up.
Yes. So
knight c6 was a bit uncautious.
yes. So b5 was played. We will see if this was my move. Now this is the position. Do we have to take immediately or can we wait? Or could we really expect black to move the bishop?
Yeah, but the question is also if there is a point by waiting. If long castle, then at least bishop g4 is moved with the tempo.
Yeah, it's possible to play.
So I would take.
Yeah, yes,
to
I will.
avoid having to consider these things.
At least we have to check it. We take, he has to take back. And now what? Long castle you wanted to.
Yeah, but okay, it's also you can think what pawn does white want to move. If white wants to move the pawns on the queen side later on, then the king should not be there.
Maybe if you want to play a4 and so on.
To open up for the light squared bishop. So then simply bishop d3 and short castle first.
I have a question if this one is coming.
Yeah, I'm probably avoiding the double pawn by bishop d2.
So white has the 2 bishops and the better pawns.
Yeah,
but still it's not clear, of course.
Okay, but white should be slightly better in general.
But this is the position. He has not yet taken on e6. Grandelius Bishop e2 was the last move. I have to check if this was played or not. No, he's still thinking. He has been thinking for a long time now. d4 or not.
And Nils is sitting there thinking as well.
Is he happy?
He's looking up words.
Sorry? Did he? Nu kommer. d4 was played. As expected. Should we take a look at it again? What did we say? Take with a knight.
That was the best try.
Because we have to take with a bishop. Because there are also the bishops.
Yeah, and the reason to take with the bishop is that it threatens the knight.
Yes. So we have to take.
And it's the same thing. The queen has to take to threaten the knight.
And if the queens are exchanged, this one is no longer hanging. Because now it's defended.
And probably this is the position where it should go for.
Yeah. Is this much? How do we do it?
I don't think it's anything.
No, I agree.
If the bishop is going to b2, then also the other knight can come to f4.
Yeah, and I cannot play this because of this, I think, can just take.
Yeah.
And if we took with a pawn, then you can take with a knight. This was the variation we had. And if we don't take it, then we have absolutely nothing. So we have to take. And we took with a queen, I think. Or did we take with?
Both worked with that, I think.
Again, it's this knight that's not defended. Is there a trick? And also behind this knight there is a rook that is not defended. So we cannot do anything smart with the knight. Let's try this. Take. But the rook is hanging. And also looks.
White can go bishop g5 in this last position.
Which position?
No, yes.
But it's
just
not
to keep things equal.
Yeah. You mean like this? Yeah, to not lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Take, yeah. Looks very equal after d4. Does white have anything else? If I move the knight, you will just take, I guess.
Yeah, and then this pawn on e3 will be yeah, but then I take a pawn and win.
Yes.
Because I take with check.
Yeah. And then maybe.
And it's not only the pawns, there are some squares that get weak also.
Yeah. There will come a knight. So it's not working. So this we cannot move the knight. So he played bishop e2 and black responded d4. Yeah, it looks like white has nothing.
Yeah.
This is a simple equalizer or not?
It is.
Yeah, I agree so far, but after next move, we might change our minds, as usual.
I hope so.
I think this, we have checked it a couple of times. It looks like nothing for white. Turn, there is not a rook e1.
We saw it already.
No moves played.
We suspect knight d5.
Probably knight d5. What else do we have any move in? Yeah, we had this game. Erdogmus.
So this is the first new position for Rapport.
Yeah, no, he started to think. And then he played d5. And now you would expect a4
yeah.
Was also played.
And the rook has to keep the c5 pawn defended.
Yeah, so you have to defend this one. and now the knight has
We
to
were
move.
looking at b4.
Yeah, why? Okay, he didn't play it. I don't understand why we don't play this.
Okay, the reason might be just to keep this double pawn on the board.
Yeah. Could there be an exchange sacrifice? Take.
Yeah, the pawn is quite strong on d3.
Something like this, maybe. Can I defend it? If I could take this one.
Okay, so then white should go c4 to avoid those things.
Yeah.
Okay, this did not happen, but...
Didn't have something to check at home with the computer.
Or without.
Yes. 92 was played, so this is the position right now. And black's position looks normal, except
The rook.
the rook on a5. It's almost a puzzle how it could reach a5.
Yeah. And does white have any weaknesses?
Maybe this one, a4 maybe. What should black do? Is there a threat?
So white's next move may just be to simply develop with queen c2.
Yes.
Defending the pawn on b2 and c3, d3.
Play it like a normal game with the rook on a5.
Yeah. Okay, so can black do something active? The problem with these double pawns is usually if you move them, you leave some squares.
Yes. So you cannot move this one.
Because then c4 square.
Yeah. And this one doesn't help much because it's hanging the pawn probably. I think the black play looks very strange.
Yeah, but
I don't like
prepared up to last move.
Yes, probably, but how good was this preparation? The time is ticking and this position is strange.
Yeah, black can never ever move those two pawns.
No.
And the other pawns cannot move either.
So how do we...
Without pawn levels, it's difficult to move.
Do we have to develop our rook again? Could we... We cannot put pressure on this one now.
Okay, so what is white's plan? Queen c2 and then... Is it even rook a1, knight b3 to win a pawn? Probably not.
I want to play very... Okay, so let's say you want to play... Why do we have to play this move at all?
I just wanted to defend something.
Want to play rook a1 and then knight b3? Yes.
Yeah. Queen b6 is defending c pawn.
So let's say, but I thought maybe rook e... Something was played, I think. What did he play? He played rook a6. He has to develop the rook again. a5 was not the correct square.
And now how should the c pawn be defended? I'm not sure how it's attacked.
But this one is coming to this square, I guess. Must be the point of rook a6.
But okay, what about knight b3, attacking the pawn?
If he takes, we just take. But he has to move again.
Oh,
No, sorry, the bishop is hanging.
yes.
So, it's not
knight
working.
b3 did not work.
Sorry, this one is hanging. So there is one.
Yeah.
Cannot play this. So we want to attack this one.
But maybe it's not so important to do it immediately.
No.
So queen c2 or rook a1. I like to develop the queen first.
Yes.
Just to have it out.
We had it here a couple of moves ago.
Yep.
Now we have to c2. Okay, I play this.
And it's still the same thing. Knight b3 is not possible.
Yeah.
And rook e2 may be coming. He has to disturb a little.
So maybe this has to exchange this rook.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
It looks slightly better for white, but
yes.
not so easy to do.
No.
Go on.
I have a question. Is this a move that can come? But we always play rook a1 on this.
It looks like.
Yes, and the queen and rook is stupid.
So what do you do if you have nothing to do? Is there a general answer to that
Yes,
question?
develop.
Yeah.
And you want to go with the queen. I can
Okay.
also go with the rook. The same.
Okay, but it's more difficult for black.
Yes, I think so.
If the bishop is not making anything on g7, you want to put it back on f8 to defend this c pawn. It's passive. But,
then you have to move this one first.
But that is sensible.
Okay, white to move. Let's say, I don't know. Is it this move?
I still go rook e8. Can black consider this silly d4 move now? If black gets another move, to go d4 here.
Okay, I do a move.
Yeah, d4.
D4. Because now this one is hanging. And there is no temping with this move.
Exactly.
I don't want to play.
You don't want to play c4, then you don't have the square. And if you take on d4, then black gets a good square. Also.
Can defend with a knight. I can also play move you wanted to play all the time. So maybe it's very good to have the queen here.
Yeah.
Take, yes, take back. And now these pawns.
Yeah. If I don't win anything, d4 is a positional blunder.
Yes.
And it looks like I would have needed okay. A brilliant move.
Yeah, sure. The knight is almost lost after g4. We have to go to h4.
Yeah.
But it's only almost.
Yeah, it looks like I can go to h4.
But this looks very strange to play like this with black.
Yeah.
Even if I win one of these pawns, I'm left with...
Yeah, but it's an argument to go queen c2 before
yes.
e1.
So we don't have to think about it
Then
at
the
all.
pawns are defended already.
Yeah, so maybe queen c2 is a good move. Let's take a look. What did Sindarov do after b5?
Okay, he did not take.
He didn't take, but he will take soon, I think. Knight d7.
Now we have to make a choice. Yeah.
Now he took. And a4. And now he is not playing long castle, because now he wants to attack these pawns. And he can play it because the bishop is defending this pawn now.
And it is logical to open up for the light squared bishop.
Yes.
That is the one the black is missing.
And try to attack these pawns. Also, it's a pin.
Yeah.
We don't want to take.
Because an a6 is a weak pawn.
Yeah, so what do we take with a rook?
Yes.
He will come here only. But now we can...
White is better. The b square is weak. And
yeah. We don't have to calculate the variation to see this. So what will black do?
Then b4 is the only one.
And then we have to find the right.
And sometimes we go to a2 in order to force a5 and then
Mm.
weaken the b5 square.
Yeah. We can come like this if we want.
And sometimes maybe you even go c3 and knight takes, and then you get the b5 square.
Because if he goes here, I will probably lose the pawn.
Yeah. And rook a3. It looks good for white.
Yeah.
I'm not so fond of this bishop e6. Going into this threat and giving away the bishop.
Yeah. It looks strange. There must be. Is there a bishop b6 somewhere to try to exchange this bishop?
But you lose the pawn.
Yeah, but can I cannot even start with it. Now we play rook knight a2. Bishop b6, so just take. Can hit the bishop.
Maybe it's better to go than b4 now, knight a2 and then bishop e7 to defend. So if white goes c3, then the b5 square is not weak.
And you also have moves like knight c5, for example, later on, bishop c5.
And if bishop d2, at least we have forced white to retreat.
Yeah. So b4 should be the move. Because you don't like to take.
No, that is like giving up.
Yeah.
Just trying to draw. Hoping for a draw.
I think black is hoping for a draw.
Yeah, okay. but it's so sad to take. Yes, defend.
So what else can we do? b4 played.
Nothing else.
It was played, and now white should decide where to put the knight. Knight a2, winning attempt, but knight b1.
I'm just about to say that white is better anyway.
Yeah, because now he has found a way to some good squares.
And what black want to do now is to get one of the bishops, like move, something like that. Knight a2 looked more direct.
Yeah, but he has found some good squares he want to use. So now if we play bishop b6...
I think you should take it, because the knight is not so good on b6. And now simply knight e2. And white will reach c4. Or
black
or a5 is the only way.
But then this one will be weak. But at least white has not the two bishops.
Yeah. So black is still defending, only to make a draw.
Yes. b4, knight b1. This is the position. Current position. What do we have? Niels. Okay, we were not so happy with his prospects to win the game after d4. It looks like everything is...
You can deep fold, so I can see on the screen.
Okay, good.
What else?
Took with a knight. He took with a bishop. Only move. Took. This we already
saw a couple of times.
And we have no...
No, let's move on. We cannot solve this problem again.
We cannot solve it.
No.
Okay, we let Niels think about this. We have this... he didn't play knight d5. He played knight b6. But now knight a5.
So we already saw this idea.
Yeah.
That this knight is quite irritating.
We cannot defend it with the rook, so we have to defend it with the queen. We have to think. No, this can it always return? Yes, it can always return. So it should be a queen move.
And that one looks best, connecting the rooks.
Yeah.
Both rooks flexible. But now there is nothing pointing towards this knight on a5, so it's
No.
safe there. And wherever black wants to go b6, then the c6 pawn will be weak.
So this one is good.
Yeah. So I don't like that knight b6.
No.
It's very easy to say that you don't like fields.
Yeah. But what should we do with white? This one?
Yeah. Rook against the queen. Very
Yes.
simple.
Develop. Very simple.
Also defending the d4 pawn in case
Yeah.
you go with bishop h6.
But where is we have here?
And
we
then
are.
still the knight f to d5 maybe, or maybe knight b to d5 to exchange pieces again. Maybe knight b.
No, the other one. Yes. Trying to exchange.
And succeeding.
Yeah.
And now maybe even b6 is possible.
Yeah.
It's not.
If I take, you take back with. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so now the knight on a5 was not that strong.
No.
So maybe not rook ad1. Can wet.
Can you do something more forced?
Okay, there is no knight coming to c5. At least not knight a4 or e4.
No, we would love to place the knight on c5. Then we have to go this.
Yeah. And that is knight that has moved already 4 times.
Yes.
But okay, there is no punishment for
moving twice. No.
Also, if the knight moves from a5, then black has knight c4 hitting the queen.
No.
Same position.
Same position, I think. Rook a6, we have still the same position, so white is thinking. But I think he
was our move.
Yeah, I think he's happy.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah, because he must be quite nervous in the opening when Rapport played all the moves instantly.
Yeah.
And now we see that he has a solid position and even slightly better positionally. So maybe we should leave the players to think a little bit so things are happening.
Yeah. It's time for a break, I think. And we will be back in 10 minutes.
With more moves.
So then we are back for,
Yeah, the longest
for the
break
yeah,
forever.
yeah, for the last moves before the time trouble. Where should we go? Should we start with Sindarov against Lamy? We had this position. The bishop was exchanged.
Yeah.
Knight d2 was played, and he played a5 immediately.
So now black has a weak pawn on a5, a weak square on b5.
Yeah.
And also a double pawn in the center. But
we can put the king here. We can.
So black would like to try some dark square strategy. So that white's bishop cannot really do much. It has a lot of space, but what can it achieve?
And still he has to defend this pawn.
Yeah, but
one way or
that
another.
will be quite easily done with the king.
Yeah.
Playing h3 and king e3. So I don't think white normally wants to exchange knights.
No.
So if you have the bishop, you should keep one minor piece that can move on the dark squares.
To attack this one, for example.
So candidate moves are king e2, h3, knight b3.
You see, maybe there is a move played. Let me see. Moves. No, this is the position.
So then he's sitting at the board, Sindarov. And the knight on b6, it's quite dominated for the moment.
Yeah.
It would rather like to be on c5, more active square. So we can expect black to go maybe king e7 and then knight d7, knight c5.
I thought white was... I was more positive for the white position before, but now...
But he played this knight b1 that was a bit slower, which allowed black to exchange the dark square bishops.
Because now it's...
Now it looks like black can try to create some kind of fortress.
Yeah.
Just hold on.
Okay, we take a look at Niels. We left it around here.
Queen takes was fast.
Yes, they are following what we said before. Has to take back.
And here we thought that the strong knight on d4 would be as strong as the bishop. So white should not be able to achieve anything.
So rook d1 was played, and now he will defend this.
And then maybe is bishop g5 slightly disturbing?
So could we say it's equal, but if we should choose, we would choose white, because he has the bishop.
But okay, let's go rook d8, rook f to d8. I think I have to keep the other rook to c8 and also be able to go king f8.
Should he hit?
Yeah, but where to go with the bishop after f6 then?
I don't know, because I don't want to go here because of this.
Fork?
Yes, and he will take. I want to play this immediately. We have to hit it. And this is very slightly better for white because of the rooks, but...
And also the knight for white is on the queen side where we can attack the pawns.
Yeah.
The pawns on the king side cannot be attacked.
Should we go here? He has to control this.
I guess black should hold this, but I think it's better not to avoid it for black.
It's a choice.
I think he's not that hungry to exchange pieces. I think he would keep it.
Okay, we take a look at the more interesting game, maybe. We had this...
And as you said also, they are not allowed to take a draw.
No, not until move 40, I think.
And it's not easy to find a
repetition in this. No. Knight bd5 was played.
Okay, so he did not defend the pawn on b7?
No. So what happens if we take it? Is it this?
Double threat. But we have to continue looking because knight c5 is hitting the bishop. And you don't want to allow white to take on e6.
So why can't you not take this one?
Okay, the queen has to move. That's
The queen has to move, yes, and there is not so many squares. to
and the
choose
knight
from.
will come to c5 anyway.
Yeah, so it must be this.
Yeah.
So why didn't he play like this? She. Why didn't she play like this?
I don't see anything. Okay, so let's say the knight should take somewhere.
I take this one. You have to take back.
Yeah. But now we have knight takes e6 and black has to take back.
Hmm.
And that cannot be good with this
You don't like them,
weak. No.
but I
Yeah, but you're not even material up.
not yet. I agree. Looks strange, but then I don't, because this is the correct position. We had this in the game. It was like this, yes. So why don't you take this one?
I'm trying to be creative, but I don't find.
No. As you said, we have to move the queen.
And queen c8 is defending the e6 bishop, but then we're just a pawn down. It cannot be correct.
No.
No compensation. So queen b6 is the only move, I think. And if knight takes c3, yes, b takes, and white is a pawn up.
Hmm.
No compensation at all.
There must be something, but we don't know what.
So please read us. You can write in the
Okay,
chat.
she took, but she didn't take Stellan next time. Knight takes b7. What is the problem? You need to know.
Too much respect for the
No.
old man. No.
No, I think there is something.
They don't respect the commentators.
No, I have their own idea. So this.
Yeah, I don't really see.
I don't see it. The only thing I know is that there is a good reason to play it, because she took on d5, the knight took back, and she moved the bishop. So this is how she played. And now this is a threat again, coming here.
But now black has more possibilities to defend.
Yeah, but maybe it's still good for white. What should you do?
Yep. Let's see. Okay, I'm considering bishop takes d4 to overload the white queen. I don't think it's good. It will lose an exchange.
Yeah, we just take a look, but then we have this.
With a double threat.
So this is not working.
And I think the normal way would be to defend with the queen. If the rook defends, the rook will probably be chased away. Maybe. Yeah, that looks normal. And if knight b3, we can go b6 to avoid knight c5. But now black has achieved what he wanted, exchanging one piece, developing the rooks, finding a square for the queen. Yeah, I'm quite curious.
But I cannot let this. I don't understand why she can't take it.
No.
It's disturbing that you don't see the problem. don't understand it. Okay, we have to check it.
You will get the answer after the next break, maybe.
So it took, and here is played. We take a look at Erdogmus against Rapport. We had this position. Rook a6 was the last move. Rook e1 was
We
played.
wanted to go queen c2 first, but probably it doesn't matter.
No. h5 was the move. Bishop h2.
He is avoiding this queen c2.
Yeah.
I don't see why. The queen was already on f3, it retreated. Queen c2 defends some pawns, connects the rooks, keeps an eye on a4. And also bishop h2, it allows black to go bishop h6. I don't know if it's good, but why allow black to be active like that?
There is nothing to be afraid of, so I don't know.
It's afraid of g5, g4.
No, cannot be possible.
No, white has a lot of pieces on the king side. And black's rook on a6 is not the delivering mate.
He's using a lot of time this time, Erdogmus. The first time, I think, is under some time pressure. 36 minutes left after 20 moves. It's not catastrophic, of course, but still.
And we saw yesterday that Rapport is good in creating something.
Yes,
in every position.
Trying something. But he had to pay a big price yesterday, Rapport. So how did it? We had this.
And we said that white wanted to keep one of the knights, avoiding knight c4.
Yeah, so he played knight f3, threatening the pawn. Had to come back. White is pinning, so now we have a threat again.
But white also leaves the pawn on e4 undefended.
Just moving the king, stepping out of the pin. Long castle.
White is putting some pressure now, but black has everything developed. Only the rook on h8, but it will move now. Yeah.
Yes, here it came. So how can white?
And now with the knight on f3, white cannot attack this pawn on a5 anymore for the moment. But it will probably always be too dangerous for black to capture on e4.
Yeah.
It's not a threat.
Not. So what should white?
So let's see the pawns. Because if white just doubles up, black can also defend the 2 times with the rook on c7 and a7. Or if it's needed.
There is no threat.
Yeah.
So maybe I can.
Okay, so white has a pawn majority on the queen side.
Yeah.
But if the pawn moves, probably it will be an isolated pawn on c3 on a semi-open file. So it's not easy to move those pawns. And if white tries to achieve g4, g5, then take on d7 and e5. Can that work?
You want to attack this knight?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe g4 immediately. But yeah.
Maybe I can.
Or maybe h6.
Yeah.
And if h4, I can take on g4. Because now I have h5.
It's hanging.
I cannot, sorry.
He played not g4. He defended the pawn with rook e1.
That was passive.
Yes. I think black is okay now.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a double pawn, but...
But okay, still white is slightly better. But before we thought black was very...
Yeah, it looked better a couple of moves ago. I agree. some issue. Okay. Refresh. F5. I need instructions. We take a look at Niels again. Not much going on. Rook d1. And black defended the knight. He didn't play knight b3. And white played rook a2.
Okay, so planning to go to d2.
Yes. Should he play? Where should he place his bishop? Do you want to play this and then bishop b2 maybe?
Yes, just put the rook in the center.
Yeah.
So black can consider rook ac8, creating a threat.
What do we do?
We cannot move the knight, because then there is a tactic, I think. No, it's not, sorry. I was thinking...
maybe there is.
there is.
Maybe there is. So this, it's attacked.
But we have bishop e3. Black is also stalemated in some lines. No, back rank mated.
Yeah. Oh, this one is hanging. Also, there is a pawn on a7 we have to take care of. So this is, Niels is playing for the advantage, bishop against knight in an open position. And this knight is on h5, strange position right now.
But I think black should be okay. It's not so much. Even in this last position you had.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, there is something.
If you have to choose white or black,
yeah,
you would choose white because of the bishop.
And we can also see that white can put the king on f1. That would be good, avoiding the checks and come closer to the center.
Yeah.
But if black puts the king on f8, that is a dark square. Sometimes there will come a check.
Check. This knight should return quickly, I think. You cannot play with a knight on h5.
Or if you wait for bishop b2 to go to f4.
But I'm afraid of this move.
Yeah. Because now black avoided the fork, knight c2. I think black should try to be active now. White has still not really coordinated. There's an undefended knight on c3. The rook on a2 is not into play.
So you want to attack the knight.
And then
this.
And now maybe rook takes c3.
I have to take. How do I take? Probably with rook. I don't want to be pinned.
I exchange. Give a check probably, and then defend it. Move the pawn that is attacked. But white is better here. Rook e2 is threatening mate. King f8 is not possible.
Yeah, and then we can...
Yeah, so white is first. White has the better minor piece.
So this knight is...
Yeah.
Put it on e6 or c6. It would be...
So they will play better than this.
Yes.
Okay, so Niels has allowed this strong knight on d4, but it's also not so stable.
No, there is no pawn protecting it, so maybe you can fall.
Instead of f6. Instead of f6. Yeah, let's see.
You will see, not this, you...
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3, and you want to take. And check is good, I think, to get it.
Defending the pawn.
And this, and you wanted to play.
Yeah, if white takes it, it's a draw, I'm sure. So rook e7 has to be the move.
Because this is weak.
Yeah, it's still a problem with the back rank mate. Also. And now rook a7 is just winning.
Winning one pawn.
since it's this threat.
Not so easy.
Because if black got just one more move, rook c6, then we have like a
Fortress almost.
on the light squares.
Yeah.
But there should be something that is one tempo better than this one.
Yes.
And 37 minutes should be enough for a strong player to find that. So what other candidate moves are there? Knight b3. Or now without taking the bishop. But maybe I'm just trapping the knight.
Yeah. If you play this.
Yep. Okay, let's try. And then you just retreat in case of rook d2.
And I wanted to retreat. Then I want to hold this ending.
Yeah, you will exchange one more rook afterwards.
Yeah.
But white will be the first one to hit the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah.
So. Or maybe we should wait for black to take.
Want to play maybe this?
Yeah, or yeah.
Might be 5, maybe.
2 options.
You want to repeat your line again? Huh? Yeah, we can. So what was the line? It was like this, take, a6 or b6.
Check first.
a6 or b6. a6. Rook e2. You want to repeat the whole variation? Rook d1.
Ah, cool.
No. I can move the bishop. I win a pawn if I take, but I will not win the game, I think.
If you take an f6 and take a b7, I would go rook a1.
And then I thought rook b6. I will win a pawn because f6 I cannot win with 3 against 2.
No, that's a draw.
So, yes, but I can play maybe this.
But what if you just take a b7?
You have to ask the yes, the responsible person for this line.
Thank you.
We go back and we probably return to this variation in a couple of minutes.
I think you like this nice idea that f6 to allow the double pawn, so that's why you want to keep it.
Rook a2 is the last move played. We go to another game. Tan against Ivanchuk.
Whoa, black is missing the h pawn.
Yes, we had this position. Bishop g5 was played, and Ivanchuk played h6. And
Okay,
now,
but the knight on a5 is...
what's happening? This is a piece sacrifice. What is happening if I take this one? There must be a bishop move followed by some sort of...
Rook takes e6 and then queen takes g6 with a draw.
Let's say go here, just to...
Surprising. So I think black wants to move the knight
to cover the...
Yeah, the queen should come back somehow to the defense.
You want to go here?
I want to. I don't know if it's correct.
Take, check. Then it's a... This is a draw, I think.
Yeah.
At least if I cannot find anything better, but probably not. This looks like a draw.
Yep.
Nothing. We don't know. We will see. Has he taken the knight? or not. No, this is the position right now. But if he doesn't take the knight, then it's a pawn down.
Yep.
I will have to check this. Where should we put the bishop?
Yeah, d3.
Looks very normal to put the bishop here. But if you don't take the rook, then you're pawn down. I have to take it. Agree to draw.
Or give something instead of knight f6 if black wants to keep the game going. So if you want to win with black, we have to avoid bishop takes g6 with a draw.
Yeah, so this is a threat.
Oh, it looks difficult.
I think you should be careful with black.
Yeah.
Because if you
Allow white another move and the rook is lifted.
suddenly the rook
Exactly.
is on h4, and then we have to something to think about. But the knight is not yet taken on a5, so black is thinking hard. 20 minutes left after 17 moves.
But maybe he will avoid the time travel today if the game will end.
Yes, in a
Way.
repetition probably. Let's try it again. Take.
Yeah, there is no point for white to do.
If I want to take this one, maybe I can put my bishop wherever I like. But this is so normal.
Yeah.
Is there a way for black?
Yeah, I see a few bad ways.
Okay, let's try. I have an idea.
Now we took on e6.
Yeah, but I want to try to win.
Okay, cool.
I want to come with a rook. But maybe you don't have to take.
But still I cannot move the queen to the kingside now.
If I can play rook e5 or rook g5, I would be afraid.
Or even to h5.
Yeah, or h5. Yes. So maybe.
But wait. Yeah.
So what do you want to do?
go
If
for
you
it.
take, and rook e5. Is this the problem? Is white winning or not?
But let's continue this line. Is it mate in the end? I take
Yes.
on g6.
You want to take?
Yeah.
Should I
So you
take?
should take because if you don't, I go king f7.
Yes. And now if I take the bishop,
Then queen h5.
then I can take. I can take maybe.
But still this is slower.
Yeah. The idea was, of course, to play this move. And then give a rook g5 or give a check. But maybe
But
I like this move actually. I just take. I already has 2 points for the piece.
and you have two threats, rook e5 or k7.
Yeah.
And you had this tactical idea also.
I have this very lucky combination.
But black has a move.
Yes. And you can, of course, put your knight on h7 and defend. Some way or another, but maybe not. I don't know how.
So maybe defend the pawn on e7 then first. Maybe queen c7 to avoid the rook coming with check. Can that work?
I take my next one. Now I want to come here and here.
Yeah, some problems.
It's not so clear how you defend.
So I try one line here.
I just want to check what he did because I see he made a move. He played. Did he play? No, he didn't play.
Yeah, he's sitting
No,
there.
he's still thinking. The poor guy. Not lost the game for what do we say? 32 games.
Yeah.
And he lost to Grandelius yesterday. I hope he is not collapsing.
I would be surprised if Bishop D3 is winning for it. It cannot.
I would also be surprised, but or else he would have taken this knight for a long time ago, I think. But guys, then we have to find a defense.
Okay, so if Bishop F5 now, that cannot be correct.
Then at least we have a draw
Yeah.
immediately, maybe more.
Okay, so something else? You have to calculate quickly.
I'm very optimistic for white suddenly. This
Bishop takes.
and bishop takes. We can of course take on e6, but this is also very dangerous. This because we have this plan.
Okay, but take on g6.
Yeah,
I still don't know.
I take with check.
You should, yeah. And now you took the bishop.
I took the bishop. So how is this in real life? H8. I give a check.
Yeah.
Come here.
Queen
Then
defense.
Queen defense. And now maybe. But we have, how many pawns do we have? Four. There is one more on b7. Normally you would like to play rook ae1, but is this enough?
Yeah, but it's not so clear. If
No.
now it's maybe black that wants to keep the queens to play for an attack.
Yes. There's a G file and F file.
Yeah. And also if let's say white rook on e7 will get exchanged, then white has no attack.
No.
And it's not easy for white to advance those kingside pawns. The king will be weak and black can try to chase other pawns.
So I have to exchange the queen if I want to
Yeah.
advance these pawns. But maybe this was not forced at all. But maybe
that was a quite good defense.
rook g8. Wait, sorry. So maybe this. Okay, I have a new idea. So, but if I give the check first, you still play knight h7.
But then I also have king f7. So that
Yeah. So maybe we are not winning for immediately. But also this is very interesting, of course.
it's a draw, right?
Yeah. Because now I cannot come here because
Queen
I
is
will
coming to
the
h5.
queen will take, but also I cannot
Yeah.
use this square. This is the problem. I cannot come to e1. So I cannot use this one. So now I have to take all the checks and take a draw. No moves played. No. Take with the queen. But then white is a pawn up. Because white is a pawn up right now.
Black sacrificed the h pawn
Yeah.
to reach, to win the piece.
Yes. So he sacrificed the pawn to win a piece, and now he doesn't take it.
But he quickly took on h6.
Yeah.
He made the first move. Normally, if you have a position like this, you would know that white will take back on h6. So you plan your next move before you take
Yes.
there.
Yes,
That is what everyone else would do.
but he has changed his mind
Yeah.
somehow. Okay, we let him think for a couple of minutes more, and then we come back. We take a look at Erdogmus against Rapport.
The queen is still not on c2.
So rook e8 was played. It took, and now I understand why he moved his bishop, because this one should not hang like it did.
Yeah.
So now I can take this pawn, and the bishop is not hanging on f4.
But I would have wanted more for white. I would have wanted to win this c pawn without losing the a pawn.
Yeah, you were more ambitious.
Yeah, because the rook was not so good. Now at least it has started to open up. But okay, white is better here, I think. White has 2 pawn islands and black has 3 pawn islands.
Better pawns should have protected just. And a quite nice knight. But we were more ambitious, of course, for white before.
I think black should take on a4. That is at least escaping somehow.
Yeah.
There is a defense with bishop f8, but it's passive.
If you defend, I don't know, but maybe I can play this and I take a look at this rook. Has c4 maybe, but then pawns are very bad.
Again, a slight advantage.
I think black should not be too ambitious. d4, yeah, and take this one.
And take on h5 afterwards. But now rook takes d4.
Yeah, this is probably his plan. And then take with a bishop or the knight. Or,
Yeah, now black has 2 pawns, a strong square on d4. I guess black is even better here.
This is okay.
Yeah.
But Rapport is thinking. Let's see Niels. We had this position. Black played a5. So
We said that black wanted to do something active before white has coordinated. That was what he did.
Niels took. And now he's thinking. So if we take back,
then rook d2 is...
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous.
Not just a little bit.
He's probably winning immediately, or what? So what was his plan after taking? Can we go for this pawn with a knight, like this?
Looks sensible. Yeah, white cannot defend the pawn.
No.
So what can white do instead? The b7 pawn will be defended when black takes an a5.
Then it will defend this pawn at the same time. I would like to have a trick with a knight on h5 and one knight on a5. You think rook d5 should win the knight, but I don't see this variation.
Yeah, but why not?
Like this?
No, rook takes d8 first.
I think
I'm too optimistic. And then now rook e2, b2. b2, let's say.
And if he now takes, here comes the...
But I'm not sure it's working.
That's a problem.
Yeah. But maybe it's working. Black is... Remember that black is still back rank mated also.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you take the other way to the pawn. Yes, much better, of course. Yeah. Now there is a threat to take and take the bishop. Have to move it probably.
Yeah, or take on d8 first. But if you don't
Yeah.
have this trick, I don't think. Yeah, that was much better for sure.
But let's do this. Is there there is no trick with bishop b6. Still, there is a bishop, and it's better than a knight.
Yep. But that is probably how black should play it.
Now we take a look at Ivanchuk again. Down to 8 minutes. He finally took. And white immediately played bishop d3. Knight, or is it my moves, or is it played? It's played. And knight f6 is played. So this is now the position. And now we agree rook takes e6 is a draw.
Yep.
Because if we play this, black has to take. Whereas we are pawn up. And we cannot find anything better than a perpetual. Yeah, so this should be a draw.
But I think now that black has 8 minutes, it's more tempting for white to continue.
Yes, so. But I think maybe she should calm down and calculate if it's working or not. But this is more exciting if you can take this one. And trying to bring the rook in the game.
And in the version we saw last time, we got 4 pawns for a piece in the position.
We looked at this variation.
Rook g8.
Yeah, rook g8. Have to give a check, and then this. And then queen f5. A position like this, totally unclear. Should we take, or should we come with another rook?
But the rook is not really helping, as rook f8 is threatening anyway.
So you want to take?
Yeah.
And we sit here with our 5 pawns.
I think black is okay.
Yes, probably is.
Rook f8 first. Just to create a threat.
Threatening, and we have difficult to defend.
And now,
this is a draw, or this is a win. Maybe looks quite good. So it's winning. There is an attack on the other side also, so we should be careful. So I recommend rook takes e6.
Yep.
But it's not yet played, and white has 45 minutes to think about this, so we will come back. We go to what do we want to see? Erdogmus.
Has it happened something? Yep.
Took rook a5. Now I'm not sure again if this is our analysis or if this is a move. No, this is the position. Nothing has happened.
He's ambitious. He's trying to.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take.
Mess.
If you lose a game like Rapport did yesterday, are you getting more ambitious or are you getting more careful in the next round?
Yeah, for me, I'm trying to be exactly the same, but I don't think I manage.
No.
But I think that is the best way to try to not think, not win back, not be safe. You are still the same player even if you lose a game.
Yeah. So you play it like a new game.
That is my plan.
That is the plan. I, for sure, would be more careful. I would take a draw if it's possible.
Because you see the last game as a sign of a bad form, or just because you don't appreciate playing?
I don't want to lose 2 games in a row if I can avoid it. It's as simple as that.
Is it the Russian school you say that you should take a draw after?
Yes. After a loss, there comes a draw.
Yeah.
The Russian chess school.
But I don't think Rapport is listening to that school.
No. He's also 100 points higher rated, and he wants to win the tournament.
Yep.
Then he has to win the game probably.
It's not that many rounds. You have to try to win
Yes.
all the time.
Yeah.
If you're a back.
But what else? If you don't want to take on a4, what should you do?
Yeah, someone is writing now that in this line, rook a4,
Yeah.
knight c5,
Yeah.
rook a5, d4. White is better, at least visually.
Yes, I agree. I have the same eyes. So
Same vision.
yes, the same vision. But what else to play? Because this is a threat. Then we have to defend the pawn.
Yeah.
And that looks... Do we have to defend it with a queen or what?
No, I think it helps black to exchange one of the weak pawns by taking on a4. I think that should be the move.
Take a look again. This has to go here. And we go here.
And now this knight is quite irritating, so can we maybe threaten it with bishop f8? So white's advantage is the pawn islands, the a7 and c6 pawns, but none of them are threatened.
Should I move my knight?
I think so. And now maybe this rook is moving again to b5.
This move, but now there is no threat.
Yeah.
So I want to develop my own rook.
Okay, maybe I should take back the last move then. I should stay on the a5.
Yeah.
But okay, how much is this? White is better, but how much?
Yeah, it looks like. Something has been played. Let's see. He didn't want to take the pawn. He played bishop f8. And now I thought a5 was an irritating move.
Yeah. The rook is not looking very happy.
No, but c4
Okay,
game.
the exchanges and the weak pawn on c6.
So do we go here? Oh, because now the knight is hit. And we cannot. We have this move. Very clever. Probably not, but there is a move. Always an alternative to look. Maybe this.
I think black has to defend the pawn with the queen and keep on defending it.
If I go d1, then you can I go here? You keep on defending it.
Yeah, but then if black should go to d3, it's better to do it immediately. If you go back, instead of going to e6, go to e4 now.
I want to come here instead. Yes.
So don't get this rook e5 tempo. I was thinking rook e8 anyway.
Rook e1. Yes.
Rook e1.
Yeah, and then.
But this pawn is weak on.
Yeah, if I just play like this.
And if c5, you go c4.
Yeah, because I cannot take, because there will be a fork.
And now black has to attack the c4 pawn, but black cannot. Oh, knight d6.
Take a c5, it's possible.
Yeah, but black can try to win both pawns and take on a5. Okay, pawn up.
Pawn up.
Good.
Maybe not winning. Let's, which position? Do you want Queen F1 was,
Queen E4.
yeah, and then Rook E1. What? D4.
We take on D3 first. You cannot go there. That is lost.
So where should I put it? Oh, this looks not. Yes.
Black is okay. Even
Yeah, but this was very.
yeah, lucky you think.
Yes, but there's, and but the Queen F1 is also a very strange move, but maybe it's good. Can I do something else?
I think Queen F1 is good. If you play Queen E4, you can just play knight D2.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then A5 is also hanging.
No, no, I want to play it like this.
Oh,
Excellent. So Queen F1 is good, but if he goes here,
but then this Rook E5 tempo might be useful.
yeah, but I think what I thought was maybe it's not so, because now I cannot collect the pawn. It's not so easy, but the rook is horrible.
But your true black, yeah.
Ah, you want to play it, yes. This rook is, it's a horrible move. Rook, sorry.
But why not Rook E1 first and then Rook D? Yeah, then the queen is coming to B5. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So C4 was played, and actually Queen F1 is played. Queen E6 is played. So this is the position, and I, with this rook on A6, I would be worried.
So after Rook D1, can black go C5 to defend the rook?
Yeah, no, this one is hanging.
No, I don't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Still, of course, white has knight D2 if white wants.
Yeah, this, and yeah.
But now black is somehow escaping again. Just a slightly worse position.
Oh, sorry. Again, this. So Queen F1, Queen E6 was played, and white to move. And
And he has 24 minutes for 15 moves.
Yes, black has 26. Some pressure on the clock.
They would have wanted more, yeah?
Yes. You have to check the Ivanchuk game. Knight F6 was played.
Which of these players has the best time management, you think?
I don't know them so well, but Sindarov, probably. Rook E5 was played. Didn't sacrifice on E6. Didn't sacrifice on G6.
So that is defending the E7 pawn, maybe, also
Yeah.
threatening 2 pawns.
So what was the idea with this?
I
If
guess
I go, it's still a draw, I guess, to take with the rook. Then we have perpetual again.
yeah, or taking with the bishop win.
Yeah. So you want to go here. We want to look at this.
That's the first try. Because taking with the bishop is winning. It looks like.
We just check. Then we have to take this one, and now it should be mate somehow.
Yeah, yes, queen takes the next move and then mate.
Yeah. Okay, so this is, maybe this is even more dangerous after. How do we defend? How do we defend?
Yeah.
Maybe we don't.
Yeah, but then the rook is moving.
Yes.
Queen takes b2, the rook is moving. That
Mm.
must just help white.
And we have all the sacrifices still there.
Yeah.
So how should black defend against this?
And queen d2 is not possible. That is losing the queen.
Yeah.
Discover check, capturing.
So rook g5.
I'm trying to get an escape square by moving the rook.
Do we escape? Maybe we do. No, we. If I take,
Yeah, I guess I have to take it.
I take.
I have to run.
Maybe you can run.
Yeah, now I can. Now I have 2 minor pieces. So it's important to go to d8 with the rook to get another escape square on d8. The rook g5 is not yet played, I think.
No.
No.
This is just a try.
It's very ice cold from black if Ivanchuk has calculated this.
And if I take with a queen, you expect king f8.
It looks okay. Black winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Running. So after this, of course, you can still take on g6, I think.
And still take on e6 also.
Yes. This was a try to win rook g5. Yeah, white has a lot of time to calculate this. We haven't seen Sindarov against Lamy for a long time, so we go to this game. Not much going on. The last move we saw was rook e1.
Yep.
Black played rook c7, rook e2, double up, king b1, h6, h3, rook c5, rook e1, back.
So maybe the knight is coming to b3 now to attack the pawn on a5.
I want to go all the way to counter to b3. Yeah, why not?
And black's plan is only just to stand and wait.
Yeah, black is waiting.
And if this pawn is attacked, we have to defend it with
a
a8. I think. So how is the next step for white? The problem is that the e4 pawn will be hanging if white moves away all the pieces.
So black is waiting. But it's not so easy to wait.
But what about this idea again? To go with the knight to b3 first.
Okay, I want to do move. It's black to move.
Okay, you can do what you want.
I do. Yeah, I do this.
Knight is coming. And now rook e to d2.
Because I cannot take, and this knight is hanging. But when this one is not attacked, can I move my... If I go here, is this possible?
Yeah, because black still wants to exchange one knight, as then the light squared bishop is alone.
Nothing happening. It's important to control this square, but I do it with this knight instead.
Okay, so this was a mistake for white to reach this position.
It was a try.
Yep.
I think Lamy normally is a good defender, and he will hold this position. Niels, he took on a5. Tonight,
not this knight b3. It looked much better.
No, he went to c6, and he took with a knight
to avoid this trap.
Yeah. So now we want to take this one with a rook.
So white can move the rook with the tempo, but then the knight is just coming back.
So where do I want it? We can go to e2 or d. But we cannot defend this one. It would always be taken, I guess, in the end. Or can we? Well, let's try. Threatening mate.
Yeah, and if knight e6, then you go rook e5.
Yes.
Defending the pawn.
Yeah, I thought. But no.
Now a double threat. And knight takes on a5. Now we want to threaten this knight and then take on b7.
Yes. But how do we do it without losing this one?
Put the knight on b1 and then bishop d2. No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
So how this is the current position, white to move.
So white has the better minor piece and also half a tempo to use.
Yes.
And knight on h5. So there are some small.
There are some small things. This knight is bad. Still standing on the back rank mate.
Yeah.
And of course white is a pawn up right now. This is an extra pawn, it's not yet taken. And we have the bishop. But it's not much. Because there are so few pawns back. Too few pawns on the board. So we have this. Knight took. No move in this game. She's still thinking. Queen f1, queen e6.
But it has happened something in the Sindarov game.
Okay, we take a look at Sindarov. Knight d3 was played, knight c5.
So he gave away this pawn on e5 too. Yeah, not just wait.
Yeah, exchange these pawns.
And you can say that black's king is more exposed.
Yes.
It's an open e file and the e6 pawn is weak. Can we exploit it? Yeah, rook e1 is the first move to try.
Mm. This is a threat, I guess.
So the knight has to move. Yeah, moving with the threat is sensible. And moving with the threat again. Trying to force a draw. Yeah, the c2 pawn is also hanging.
Yeah, so this one is hanging.
It looks like black is okay.
Black is okay. Seems like it. g4 was played. So this is the position.
That is covering the f5 square, so now if white is to move, white can do the same thing. So yeah, I think it's in white's favor that the position opens up.
Yes, and the knight is very strong on e5, and then he can double up.
But it was black that forced this.
Yes, yes, why did he do it?
Maybe he was afraid of just waiting.
Yeah.
You said he was a good defender, but now he had an immediate counterattack.
So he will probably defend this position. And now we have to take a look at the Ivanchuk game, because now bishop takes g6 was played. What did we say about this? I already forgot.
And we did mainly check the two other moves, but I think this is I would say that it's a draw.
Yes. So how?
Take, king h8 and... no, rook h5 is not possible, but rook e4, is that a draw? No, then yes, rook f7. No, then...
So where is...
No, rook e4 is working. If rook f7, we can give a check on h4. And then we get only one piece.
Yes, we have 2 pieces down.
Too much.
Let's see, we have this. She took on g6. Ivanchuk took, she took, and she took on e6. Now.
So this is like your line, but the worse version with the black queen already on b4, defending the e7 pawn.
But the queen cannot come...
yeah, but he couldn't anyway.
No. So rook g8 was played.
But in the position we had, white got the e7 pawn, the
Yes.
b7 pawn,
Yes.
and the black queen is quite active on b4, threatening 2 pawns. So actually this looks
Yeah, but it was.
good for black.
Yeah, so rook e5. Don't know.
Yeah, but black can easily defend if black wants to. I think she made a mistake.
Yeah, this rook e5 was not.
Yeah, but she could take on e6 on the next move.
Yes.
I guess.
You wanted. You mean you can take also in this position? You could have taken.
I think so.
Yes. But this is the game, and we will see how she will follow up.
I think rook g8 was not played.
Yeah.
She made this check? No.
No, not yet.
Okay, so if you count the pawns, it's 3 pawns. It's equally material, but that's not a good way to evaluate this position.
No, because there could be counterattacks and these pawns.
If you want the pawns, you should use them, and white cannot really use them.
No.
So Ivanchuk's risky strategy is maybe paying off.
Maybe, but he's down on to 4 minutes. 22 moves played.
Not good.
No.
So there is some action in the playing hall soon.
Okay, we take a look at Niels again. After 98, he went rook. I have again.
Your suggestion?
Yeah, but he actually played it. Knight c6 was played. Played knight d5.
Okay, now the rook cannot take on a5, then it's a back rank mate.
Yeah, so he took with a knight. So now we have this position, and we have 2 black knights, one on h and one on a5. That's not ideal.
Yep. And also, if white wants to force a good pawn structure, white can go g4.
Yes.
Because then the knight has to go back to f6.
And if we want, we can take.
And Niels is very strong on playing on attacks in all positions, even with not much material. So maybe white can play for a king's attack.
Yeah, and he has the bishop. So we'll see.
I'm impressed that white managed to create something in this position.
So it's not clear what's going on, really.
The white is slightly better there, I think.
Would I like to play this? Can I do it?
Okay, I have to keep the rook on the back rank.
Yeah, now I wanted to deliver my very smart move.
But I might have
you have a check.
G6.
Yes, and then you have this counter check. Very lucky.
And the bishop cannot move in after G6 to a good square. No.
Because you could also play, for example, this.
Yeah, the same idea.
Yeah. So it's not working, but there is ideas. So this is the position, and Niels is thinking. They have played 23 moves.
Too slow? I'm not better myself, but it's easy to say.
Yeah, but I think this is not so complicated to play. You can play it without...
So what move do you want to play?
Yeah, but if I'm white, I don't have to be afraid that I would drop something.
Yeah.
But if I'm black, I would be more afraid maybe.
Yeah.
But with white, you can always make easy moves.
But I think white is better in that position with g4 that we saw.
Yes.
We will see. Maybe it will happen.
Yeah. We had this position, queen f1, queen e6, rook e1 was played.
Rook d1 was the suggestion from the audience.
Yes. But he went...
But look, the idea is a little bit the same, just to leave this rook on a6.
Yeah.
now is queen b5 forcing something? Because it breaks the pin.
He hasn't moved yet. This is the position right now. Yes.
And you said that he might reach his first time trouble.
Yeah, and I think 9 minutes for 13 moves.
That is already a time trouble.
That's time trouble. Yes. Should we try this?
What is your definition of a time trouble?
I think it's very personal. I think it's very personal. But should I play this or could?
Okay, so can white exploit this pin on the back rank? So now knight d4, and now, yeah, maybe I should take the knight first.
Yes, because knight d6
Yeah.
you have to take.
But now the bishop d6 is a threat. But black has c5, threatening the rook, also covering the d6.
Yeah.
And if the rook moves, I take on d4 simply.
Yeah, so we're not happy. We should do something better after queen b5.
What is it then? I don't see. Yeah, the alternative is knight d2, right?
Yeah.
Knight has to move.
Not sure. Can I?
I don't think so. Yeah, but I simply defend with the queen. And
But where do the queen defend?
let's say c5. Yeah, only
Yeah.
right.
So I have to take with a pawn. Yes. Yeah, we try. Good. It's
Thank you.
defended. Defending the knight. Excellent.
And now opening up this pin again when the
Yeah.
queen is moving. Yeah, that is a good move.
So rook e8 was a strong move, and this rook is still on a6. Should
So
I?
maybe c5 to release the rook.
Yeah.
Next move is rook e6.
Should I go for this pawn?
And now I think I have to take on a5.
Oh, sorry, the knight is hanging. I cannot go there. The knight is hanging on this square. I have to do. What do I do?
The knight on f5 is very good, defending all the dark squares around the king.
If I go here,
But still, where do you move the knight if I now... Okay, so I have to go rook c6 then.
but then I can take on c4.
Yeah, okay, no, I cannot do that.
Yeah, I can just show. Then I can play this pawn.
Winning a pawn.
Yes. So maybe rook c8, threatening this, maybe. At some point, at least. It's important that in this,
But okay, I think I have a move, maybe.
we have the queen back.
Can I play here after rook c8, queen e6? That is defending the rook, so I threaten the knight, and I'm threatening the rook.
So you have
CB.
If I take, you can just take this one.
And white is one up.
Little lucky again.
Yeah. Yeah, and white is one up before. Yeah.
Yes. It looks dangerous for black.
Yep.
This whole position with the rook on a6 and pin on the back rank and so on.
I would not be surprised if some games are decided now before the move 40.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we want to see? We want to see
if
Ivanchuk.
White had an idea here or if it's just bad. White.
She gave a check. The knight went to h7, of course, and she played queen e3, defending this pawn.
Threatening one pawn.
And there is maybe a check also sometimes on e5.
So what are Black's options? Rook g7 looks very sensible, defending the pawn, preparing to doubling up, avoiding
He was
check on e5.
playing much more ambitious. He took. And rook e1 was played. And this is the position now. Move 25. Ivanchuk down on 223.
He had some tournaments some years ago where he lost a lot of games on time.
Yes. This is a very difficult position to play with 2 minutes.
Maybe it was even the candidate tournaments 2012 that he lost more
yes.
on time.
Yes. Yes. But maybe they played it without increment in the first time travel.
Yeah.
So what do we have? 2 pawns for the piece. e7 will fall. And there are some attack for white. So,
but also white will lose some pawns. So now let's say rook g7. But maybe white's plan is to try to collect as many pawns as possible.
I can pin the rook if I want. I can also take.
I think you should take.
Yeah.
I think I should exchange to get my... Yeah, I'll probably take here. If queen takes b7, I go rook f8, so I get a threat. And maybe this is enough for a draw, but it's black that.
This is a position play, rook e1, and now Ivanchuk is down to 50 seconds.
So let's stay with the game until he makes a move at least.
Yes, we have the time to wait.
And you have also on the screen the camera from the board.
He played rook e8, defending.
Actually, it's logical. If white takes now on e7, black is exchanging the passive rook instead of the active one. So still keeping the rook on g8.
I give a check. I just want to try this. Looks dangerous.
Yeah, you also defend the pawn on d4. I think I go in between with the rook.
Yeah, because this is losing against, or maybe maybe not losing, but then we have at least a draw. Because I cannot play rook g7, I have to go here. And then I can give 1 million checks.
Yeah, rook g7 is a 2-second move.
Maybe it's just easy.
Yeah.
Could I do something else? Normally you want to do, okay, I want to play for a trick. Because I threaten to take. Let's say this. I want to take and give mate.
And black is a rook up.
Yes, that's the reason why it's mate.
But instead black will take on c2 to defend his knight.
Yes.
So the trick is not working.
Rook e8 was played and no more moves. So maybe the check, or maybe what else? Save a pawn.
Yeah, take on e7 is still a possibility.
Yeah.
Just to try to make a draw.
I don't like to take because the queen comes into the center. I could of course play a pawn move to get out of all back rank problems.
Yeah, then h4. If you should pawn would be active.
With a pawn here, the checks are a little bit more dangerous maybe. So maybe h4. But you will think for a while, I think. I hope. Niels, as you said, he played g4.
Yep.
He took. He played bishop b2.
And probably he will lose the a pawn.
Yes.
But then black has a passed pawn, but the bishop is very good in both attacking and defending against this.
You mean after,
Yeah.
let's say,
Exactly.
and we have to take with a knight.
And I was imagining that white goes with the rook and takes the h pawn and wins a pawn.
Like this.
Coming somewhere and picking up the pawn. And then it should be good for white. White will also always give the bishop in the end and run with h pawn.
It's okay, I cannot defend.
And maybe it's still the back rank mate. Yeah, just making
some random moves.
losing a pawn.
So this is the position. Bishop b2 played. Bishop is better than a knight, of course. And there will be some.
Yeah, this pawn in f6 will be lost.
Yeah.
It cannot be defended.
Which means that the king will be bad.
Yeah.
A lot has happened here. After rook e8, black played c5 because he must develop his rook. Rook e5 was played.
And we did consider rook c8,
C8.
but it did not work because of queen e6.
But I could take on
Yeah,
f8.
you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was working.
Queen d3. Take on c5. It's changed. Now it's good for white that he is not on a back rank mate. But then he took, played knight d7, and this is now the position. And the problem is if you take, how do we defend this one?
With a knight.
With a knight. But can we win some?
I think white will win something, yes.
This one?
If a6, you can just take on d6 to win a pawn.
Yes. So this.
But knight d7, it's also threatening rook e8.
Yeah, threatening to
What
come
is
back.
the alternative?
So you have to.
You can give a check and then.
Okay, we can give a check.
And then move the king.
If I want to, I can pick rook e1, and then you have to take.
Yeah. But then you don't threaten the pawn on c4 immediately.
No.
It might be an improvement
Yeah.
for black.
But still, they are weak, these pawns on the queen side.
It's not so easy for black to attack the fixed pawn on b2 and c3.
No.
The bishop is not reaching them.
So knight d7. This is the last move. And
He's playing well.
yes.
Erdogmus.
Yeah. What is that again?
Yeah, there's a question now, is the ending good for Erdogmus? And we think so.
Yeah, I think it's good in the sense that he's always better. And can he win or not? We don't know. But
Yeah, but maybe he can win a pawn in a few
Yeah.
moves. It's
and he took.
unlikely.
Should we take with the knight?
We should.
And this one
I
is
think the
hanging.
variation we had was quite convincing.
This is also possible. But
Yeah.
this we have to defend, and we wanted to play this.
Yeah. But okay, now black has to move the knight then to defend the pawn, and yeah, maybe even that. I'm not sure where is the best square.
And then I go here.
Oops.
Knight
So
here.
but if I went to c8, then I can hang on for a moment with knight b6, but maybe that is just only a moment.
And then I take it, and I take on c4.
And this moment will be over.
Yes. So this is probably a very good ending for white. Is it winning or not? I'm not sure.
But he took with the bishop.
Yeah, I thought maybe this is also possible. He took with the bishop.
But the other line was so simple.
Yeah, maybe it was not correct. Is my immediate thought.
You don't trust us.
Maybe I can play g4, bishop d4, and then start to collect.
Yeah, okay, so white has the better king, the better pawn structure, the better minor pieces.
Yeah, more active.
Both of them.
Yeah,
So everything is better.
except the time.
Yeah, but okay, it's not that grave
No,
anymore.
no.
8 moves in 9 minutes and a simple position.
Yes. Sindarov against Lamy. We had this position. Rook c5 was played, hitting the knight. Gave a check. And went back. g5, forcing the knight to go away. Went to d3 again. Rook d5, pinning the knight.
Threatening.
Yeah, don't know. There is a big threat.
So white can take on e6, but then black will get something on b5.
Yeah, so he
But
gave.
white is still the more active player.
Yeah, he gave a check. Played bishop d3. And black played h5, trying to exchange.
Yeah, so white has been pressing, all these moves,
Yes,
and black is
defending.
yes trying to escape.
And he's down to 4 minutes, black. 6 moves to make against 22 minutes.
So what is better for white here? White has the better minor pieces, rook,
Yes.
better king, better pawns, everything
Yes.
again.
Yes. But black is defending.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to take a look at Ivanchuk again, because now there was a move played. She played c4.
Cool.
She didn't want to lose the pawn, so why not push it?
So black can consider doubling up on the g file, taking the a2 pawn. Is that possible also?
Probably.
You don't think this is first priority?
No, maybe not. And Ivanchuk is now down on to 22 seconds, 20 seconds. 14 moves more to make.
He's shaking his head.
He's shaking his head, okay. But that doesn't mean anything. Could be a winning position.
Now he's shaking probably to look at the clock. But his hands are still down.
Rook g7 played.
Okay, so the camera is a bit behind.
Yes, it's a bit like. Can I play on d5 and then try to play d6 to use the pin?
But now I can...
You can move the rook.
Yeah, to g8 to create a
Yeah.
threat. So that's just helping white. Helping black.
Mhm.
I think maybe g3 is a good move to have played, just to have defended this pawn in advance.
Yeah. Can also save this one.
Yeah.
If you are afraid, you save it.
So here it would be good for white to plan like 2 moves in a row,
Yeah.
because black is low on time.
And yeah.
But my experience is that if you think too much about that, you're mostly tricking yourself.
Yes. Should play normal moves.
Yeah, so a3, g3, even h4 still.
Yeah, maybe h4. It also stops the knight, maybe.
I want to do this rook g8. I'm not sure if it's a good idea.
Okay, something has been played. Was it played or was it me playing?
Surprising.
d5 was played.
I think this just helps black to open up the diagonal for the
Yeah, now the queen is in the defense. But okay, I understand what she wants to do. She wants to play this. And if the rook moves,
the e7 pawn will hang again. But
yeah,
white had chances to take it before and did not do it.
no,
It also gave black some easy moves to take on d5, and
yes,
I think rook g8 is quite an easy move to play also.
yeah, you want to play this because there is a big threat.
Avoiding the pin while making a threat.
Should we play this?
I guess.
Yeah. And then, of course, we want to take this somehow.
And try to make it wrong.
Yes. Something was played. He played this, of course. So now you think she should play
And
g3.
But what is it? But to whom he lost some time, I think. If
I
this
did
is
it lose.
correct.
Ah, the time is. How does?
Yeah, I think he lost some time.
Where is the arbiter? When he's needed for the first time in 4 rounds. Yeah, it looks strange on our computer. It looks like.
Yeah, but she's going for him now.
Yeah, but he should be there already. How can he not be there? Here he comes. Yeah, he has lost on time. I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
He's denying it.
he's denying it. How can he be denying it? He was down on 20 seconds and
But actually, this move, that was a move we could make very quickly, I think.
yeah.
So,
I think he has lost on time, but he cannot believe it. But I think this is the truth. So we have this. We take a look at Niels. So he played bishop e2, black played king g7, rook a4.
so this is ambitious. He could have played g5,
Yeah,
take the pawn,
but he wants to stop this move.
and still win the pawn.
Yes. So he has good chances. And we can see that it says 1-0 on Tan against Ivanchuk. So he lost second game in a row after being unbeaten in 32 games.
And I think he had a winning position.
At least he was escaping somehow. He wanted to play rook eg8, but he didn't manage to do it in time. And of course, he had a lot of moves to make. A little bit sad, but
Yeah, this is not the way games should end.
no, but you have to.
Yeah.
You have to manage your time.
You should never be in that situation that you need to do the last move in the last second.
Yeah.
Such things can happen then.
Erdogmus, he took with the bishop on e5, and there is no response. So Rapport is thinking. So now he is also down on time. And Sindarov, we have this position. When did we had h5, and he responded b3. So white is probably better, but it's not so easy to break this defense. Also here we have time trouble. 35 moves played, so we are quite close to 40, but Lamy is down to 2 minutes.
And is the move b3 achieving anything? Is there a threat?
No, I think it's just defending.
Maybe knight c4 next.
Yeah.
Opening up against the e6 pawn. But it
can...
gives away the g4 pawn maybe.
Yeah.
But if it opens up, the black king is exposed.
The problem for black is that he has to move. What should he do? Should he take? Should he play waiting move with a rook or what?
Yeah.
Rook c3. And that is threatening. Is this... If the bishop moves, then this one will hang. King b2, quickly played.
Yep. Yeah, black has some problems.
Yes. Some problem with the time and also the position. And Grandelius, b5 was played because black really wants to play knight c4. Rook f4, attacking the pawn.
Knight c4, I guess.
Rook a6. What? Maybe he can also defend. Maybe. You
I
don't-
think that black is happy if white pushes the pawn to g5,
Yes.
because then the light squares.
Maybe you can.
available for the
Yeah.
king.
Maybe you can escape.
Yeah. So
Up
maybe
on-
there is an idea to go rook a6 to force white to go with g5.
Yeah. And then
And now
let's
like
say
this.
this. So maybe you can escape in this direction, but maybe you can also be
But
mate.
with rook h4 and you at least win this pawn, you will threaten pawn f7. No, this is bad for black.
Yeah, but maybe the position is bad. So
Yeah.
maybe, so maybe it's better still to have the king more active. You cannot take it immediately because this one is might behind. You can also play this.
Yeah.
I can fight, but
Okay,
we will see
pawn
what's pawn down. So rook a6 was played. So we can play g5. We will win a pawn, but it will not be so easy to win the game.
And what is the alternative? Is it to go a4? Is this pin something?
Yeah, if it takes, there is.
Now maybe black has to go rook b6.
Yeah.
And rook takes f6 should be a draw. A bishop
We
takes
take,
f6.
yeah, this is a draw. So probably g5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rook takes f6 now is possible, but that would be a mistake.
Yeah, we cannot win.
White needs to keep the piece that covers the light squares.
Yes,
This bishop is very bad without the rook.
we need to keep a piece to give the mate.
Yeah. Or collect h1.
Yes. Shall we see if there is any more moves? Bishop c4.
The knight was moving.
Yeah, king b2. He played knight b7.
So again, we thought that black strategy is to wait and defend, but let me try to be active.
But it's maybe not so easy to find.
Yeah, the rook can go back.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he went to b7, bishop c4, attacking the rook, and he just sacrificing the exchange.
But I think he didn't
Almost
want
forced.
to, yeah.
No. And the clock was ticking. So I guess he will take.
Yeah.
And we take with what? The knight to f4, maybe. Could this be an idea?
Do we get it?
Want to have my knight on f4 or maybe on. But this knight,
Yeah.
what is it doing?
So if white goes knight d3, the black knight will not come to f4.
Yeah.
But white is much better.
Yeah. The question is he winning or not? But this is the position he has not yet taken. But
And
black
it is very good to have 16 minutes now.
Yeah.
He can think.
He can think a lot. I took on d5 and the knight took back. Because the knight, he wants to put his knight on f4.
Yep. And maybe white should exchange on h5. But then the knight, yeah, maybe take care.
Should we take back?
I think so.
Yeah, he wants his knight here also to defend his pawn.
Yeah. I think white will win the a5 pawn somehow. And then black has to try to run with the g pawn and see if this is.
if it's anything.
It has been a very one-sided game. Black has defended and then been a bit desperate and then defended again.
Let's see what happened.
G5 should have.
G5 was played.
Not taking with the rook now.
He played, so this is the variation we looked at. Rook h4.
And the white's next two moves are already planned.
Can I play? No, I cannot. I thought about this.
But white can take it.
Yes, because it will go.
You can show the variation.
Yeah, if I play this, he can take. And if I take this, and I cannot stop the pawn from queening. So h5 is not possible. I think he should take this one.
Yeah, the knight should stay closer to the center, so not
Yes.
with the knight. And white should take the pawn.
Check and take. Should I defend?
And what is white's plan? To run with the h-pawn and just avoid getting unluckily mated?
Yes. Yeah, you could have some attack against the king, and you also have this pawn,
Yeah.
of course.
So maybe white should go behind with the rook also, behind the b pawn.
What did he play? He played h5.
Okay, and then he plans king h7.
Yes, he plans this.
Yeah, he will lose the pawn anyway, so why
Yeah.
not lose it in this way?
Yeah, so now it's a double pawn, and it's blocked. And then you will take this one later on. Maybe this was very smart, h5.
And this is the position.
Yes, so this is played.
So
So
white wants to win the f pawn, but now it's not so easy to.
I want to give mate somehow.
Okay, so where is your light squared bishop?
I must give mate with my rook, but where do I put my bishop? Because
So you want to defend the pawn, then rook g7 check, and then go back with the bishop to the long diagonal.
yeah, but how do we? You want to play this?
Yeah, black can defend in
Many ways.
3 ways. Maybe this is the worst one because of h4, h5. Rook a7 is also possible.
Can also take.
Yeah.
Do you think it's winning?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. I agree. Suddenly it looks like black has found a very good defense. Okay, we go to Khan against Rapport. We had this position. Bishop takes e5 was played. h4. Check. Check.
White will win the pawn on c4, I think.
Sacrificing a pawn. Check.
Yeah, now black is desperate.
Yes. Bishop g5. This looks...
Everything was good. Bishop d4 was also good.
Hmm.
So white won 1 pawn, white will probably win 1 more pawn.
Because this one...
I would have played bishop d4 instead, to have instead of bishop g5. That is a threat.
Maybe I can take it and go with a king. Try to play.
Okay, I always like to play against a long bishop, but okay,
Yeah.
maybe this is unnecessary.
Yeah, because the king is...
Yeah.
But we will see. He played bishop g5. King e6 was played. Knight d2, I think. Have to defend the pawn.
Okay, but then knight f3.
Yeah, you can
Coming
go.
to h4.
You can go here and try to take this one.
Yeah, not only try. Or you can probably improve the king first.
Yes, you can come with a king and take it maybe.
Yeah.
This
is winning now. It has maybe been for a while, but
Yeah.
now it's clear. Yeah, well played so far.
Yes. A very risky play from Rapport again.
Yeah. But okay, he had this long prep and then suddenly found his rook in a bad situation.
Yeah,
And yeah, he played it, I think, from a
Yeah.
well position.
very risky prep. Sindarov, Lamy. They have not yet reached move 40.
On this exchange.
And he took on h5 and he took back. So it's a pawn for an exchange. There are one more move to make. Black can fight.
Yep. Some squares for the knight.
Yes.
I think knight d3 is
Yeah,
good move. Stopping knight f4.
stopping knight c5 also.
Threatening the pawn on e6. And is knight d8 the move to way to defend? Now rook e5 improves this one, and maybe knight c5 next. I don't know.
Yeah. Knight c4 was played. Okay, so he wants to attack this one, and if the knight goes, and this one is hanging.
But knight f4 will probably come.
Yeah,
So he allowed this knight to come to f4.
yeah, and he will play this, I think.
And yeah, the rook is stuck to h5, so black
Yeah.
cannot. Or can black go rook h2? No, but
check.
white can take with check,
Check.
and then go to g3, defending the fork on d3. Yeah, okay, so he calculated that this is good.
Yeah.
He's winning a pawn. No, he will win, I think.
Yeah, I agree. White will probably win. We wait and see what Lamy is doing. What about Niels?
So this was the position we had.
Yeah, he played bishop e7.
So what about rook takes h6? Is he planning to exchange the rooks then?
I guess you can also take this one. The rook ending is not winning at all, I think.
But yeah.
I took rook f4. So take this.
Can it be defended?
Didn't.
Okay, he didn't.
He took. And now.
But this ending with the f and h pawn against, if black, if we exchange the bishop and knight and win the b pawn,
Then it's a draw.
But can you make this draw? You think with black?
If I can play the
if you know
whole,
it.
I hope I would. I have only had it once, but then I was on the winning side.
And did you win?
I did win.
Yeah, easy. I don't think it's easy to do it.
No.
Even when I studied it, okay, it was like 17 years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't really understand like the method to make. There were some rules. But
yes. It's not easy, but it's a good start to know that it's wrong.
Yeah.
So this is the position, and this was how long? Like they are they on move 35? So I have some more moves to do, and I don't think he will take.
No, the b pawn is still on the board also.
Yes.
That is an immediate draw. But it is difficult to advance with these two pawns when black can hold his king on the light squares. No, this should be a quite simple draw now.
Simple.
Yeah, I think black just goes.
Yes, I agree. I think it will be a draw at least.
We can also get this rook and bishop against rook.
Yeah. And we can sit for the whole night.
I know that Niels is defending this ending very well.
Yes.
But,
so we have this game. Let's see what has happened in time travel.
Rapport.
So it was played like this. Erdogmus, he went for the h4 pawn, probably. King c5. But
And I think black's idea is that if white takes now with the knight on h4,
yeah.
no, I think he will exchange and then go bishop h6 and come to c1 and take.
Oh, sorry. And come to here.
Or the bishop will try to defend from a3. No, it should be winning
also
for white. Yeah.
But I think this is quite clever to go with the king first.
It is.
Because this wall will not run away. King b5.
And
last chance.
King d1 probably.
And then the king here. And then you take this one.
And maybe it's time to resign.
Yes, and this was actually played. King d1 was move 40. We see what black is doing. So we have one game.
So bishop c5 is a threat, but then white takes, knight takes h4.
Yes.
And threatens the pawn on g6.
And if you take, it's suddenly defended. So after knight c4, what did he play? He played knight c5. Okay, so he's just giving away this a5 pawn. So this is the position, and they have made 40 moves. We have the game Grandelius against Robson, which is this position, but they have not yet reached move 40.
So let's stay here.
So it was, he actually played knight c2, check, and rook b7.
Do you think Niels is happy if he gets this f and h pawn against? I think he's happy.
Yeah, because it's the best he can get.
Yeah, and I think he's quite happy with rook and bishop also if he
Yes,
gets that.
yes.
So both have chances. And okay, it's easy to play white at least. You can just put
Yeah.
your king and pawns.
Yes.
slowly.
Yes, see.
And you know that you cannot spoil anything because it should be a draw.
Yeah. You just try to play on and
Yeah.
hope for the best. This was not played. They are still in this position, but this is 40 moves. No, that was
Played bishop
bishop.
c5.
Yeah, this was played.
He did not resign,
No,
and that has never given any points to resign.
no. I guess I can also take with the bishop.
Yep.
Defending this one. If he takes,
Yeah, and if you g5, you go back and threaten the pawn again.
this is hopeless.
So here one pawn up would have been enough. It's now 2 pawns.
Yes. Oh, I think
Let's see
Erdogmus
last
he's
time.
winning. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, it's time to resign, I think.
yes. So he's probably winning. We have the
So
Sindarov.
Rapport is also losing the second game in a row, like
Yes.
Ivanchuk.
Yes, looks like it. He took on a5.
And they are not playing each other tomorrow.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
So he played b4.
He allowed that one.
Yeah, because he wants to reach this rook ending. He's confident he will make a draw in this.
I would be very, very afraid. So I think he should take it. Yes.
Yes. If he takes, and takes. And then we get this rook ending with f and h. And this is a draw, but you will not get it for free.
Yeah.
You will have to play it.
I saw it just once after I learned it in like the European Club Cup. Kasim Sanov had it and he held it easily.
Of course.
Yeah. But I did still not understand it.
Yes. The only thing I know is that you should keep your rook down here to have the possibility to check. And you must never be
On the 8th.
on the 8th
Yeah.
rank.
But if you get a check on the G file, will you go to the H file or the F file?
I would think. I
Yeah.
don't know. Depends on where the pawns are, I think.
F file looks more logical.
Something with putting the king in front of the pawn that is
Most advanced.
most advanced. I think so.
Okay. I don't remember.
No, we will see. If they
So he has to make this choice before.
yes, he has taken. He took, and that was a check. And now he should move his king. Is a rook
B1, and then he has to exchange the rooks. And that is,
but it's the right color of.
yeah, but still, it's you should.
Is this a draw? If it goes here, we have to give a check. King comes somewhere. I don't know, and we have to play
Bishop A5 to keep E1 defended.
Is this a draw?
I would guess so.
Where do we
Some
put?
light squares, but I don't-
Yes,
yeah.
but it's the right.
Yeah, but
Color
okay,
of-
let's say that I put okay, the king stays on f5, the knight somewhere on a light square. Down
And then you just
there.
move
It
on.
must be a draw.
Maybe we will see.
I think that is an easier draw.
So you would play Rook b1.
Yeah. But maybe it's good for Niels that yes, Robson has to make this decision.
Yes.
And okay, he has to make a move also in 25 seconds.
Yes. We can take on b4, we can play rook b1.
And now also Rapport resigned.
I resigned. Another big sensation. He took. He didn't believe in this ending because
his intuition was not the same as mine.
No. So this is the position right now. That was move 40. So we have this position between Sindarov and Lamy.
White is winning.
White is probably, yeah. We think white is winning. We have this position. Grandelius Robson. I say it is a draw, but
we know that.
But white will play on. We have seen Tan win on time against Rapport. Against Ivanchuk, sorry. Because the position was not
yeah, he made his move in the last second, but
yeah,
too late.
Too late. Yeah, so that was big sensation again.
And we prefer black's position there.
Yes, and we have this position in the end. They made a few more moves. Actually, made
quite quick moves.
Yes. So we had this position.
And now instead of taking the second pawn, white just pushed one of the pawns.
Yes.
Bishop d4 is
coming. Yeah, he's coming here to exchange, and then this one will queen. A very good play from Erdogmus, only 13 years old. Quite impressive. 3 points out of 4. Even more impressive, I would say.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, he has played 3 whites in the first 4, but still.
Yeah, and taken on c6 with the bishop in the opening.
In all games, yes, should it be exchanged. Okay, we take a break, and we will be back for the last 2 games in about 10 minutes. Welcome back to the fourth round of the TePe Sigeman tournament. We have one game still going. It's between Nils Grandelius and Ray Robson.
And it will last for some time.
Yes, so we will come back to this. We can talk a little about the already decided games. We have had 3 decided games.
White won all of them.
White won all of them. We had this game, Sindarov against Lamy. Maybe we should look at the...
And it finished just a few minutes ago.
Yes, we had this position after 40 moves, and it's completely winning for white.
Yeah, white is an exchange up, and also this passed pawn on a file.
Yeah, g4 was
This is
tried,
black's only chance to queen this pawn, but well, there are 2 rooks.
stopping it.
Yeah. Threatening the pawn.
Have to defend. Knight c4, knight e4, and a5. And yeah, black resigned.
Next move is a6, if nothing.
Yes, this one is... And there is nothing happening here. I can play this, but we play this. So he resigned, so it was a win for Sindarov against Lamy. We had 2 quite strange games, actually. We had this.
So now Sindarov, he has 3 points.
Yes.
And Erdogmus, he also has 3 points. He won against Rapport.
Yes. We had this very strange finish in this game, Tan against Ivanchuk, because Ivanchuk overstepped the time limit.
Yeah, he was like half a second too late with his last move here.
Yeah,
And he couldn't really believe it. He just sat there.
looked like
He had to
surprise.
find the arbiter.
And this was move 28. So we had a lot of moves to do on the increment until move 40, but the position is... Yeah,
I liked black, but...
yes, maybe it's the best position he has had for the last 10 moves. But he lost.
Yeah, that's the rules of chess.
Yeah, the hard rule. And we had this...
Have you ever lost a game on time if you are not completely lost?
I don't remember it. I think I always make a move. I rather do a blunder than lose some time. We had this game...
But Ivanchuk, he has some experience with losing.
Yeah, he is losing on time.
We were talking about it before it happened.
Yeah, it has happened before. We also had this game between Erdogmus and Rapport, with Rapport as a big favorite beforehand.
Yep.
But I would say he was completely...
Yeah, he
outplayed.
played very well.
Yes,
Erdogmus.
he made some risky decisions in the opening, and
we had a rook that was quite strange for the whole game.
yes, just to show this very strange rook that he got. No, a lot of moves before. Where was it? Like...
Now it looks not that bad, but yeah,
now,
yeah.
And this rook had very difficult to escape. So had this very bad rook, and he lost an ending.
That decided the game.
Yes. But we have one game still running, and it is Grandelius against Robson. We left it in this position. This ending with king, rook, and h and f against rook.
Yeah, and Robson took the correct decision to go for descending.
Yeah.
The other one was losing.
Yes.
If it, he needed to keep the rooks.
And this is a theoretical draw, but it's not so easy.
Yep. I would have avoided it with black if possible. But,
yeah, of course, but what can you do? Sometimes you have to play it.
Yeah. And he seems quite confident. He's not using too much time.
So I just play the moves. So
And of course, Nils should play as long as he can.
yes, of course. You never take a draw in this kind of positions because you can play on forever. Try.
Yep.
And the important thing is that black should keep his rook around these squares, so he can give a check from behind and also from the side. You should not have your rook. Yeah. So this is, and you should always have your king
And not the rook on the d1, for example. It should
No.
be far away from the white king.
Yes. And the king must not be cut off on the 8th rank. Then we will also lose. So you have to keep your king.
So if white now gives a check on e7, for example, the king should not go down
No.
backwards.
So by principle, you should stay. And I guess this. But there is more rules. But I don't remember them really.
We have the expert in the audience.
Yes, he's working hard, but
And he knew them. He just wanted to verify that.
yes.
But you had played it once.
I played it once, but then I had the 2 pawns, and I won.
Yeah.
But this is the only time I've played it. Well, I can remember it at least.
Yeah, I played it in a couple of training games in
Yeah.
2007. But we did not manage to understand it.
No. So we have this position. Rook e8 was actually played by Nils. Of course, time is also part of the problem, but black has 18 minutes and Nils has 22. It's quite a lot of time. They get this 30 seconds for each move.
But what Nils wants to do, it's much better, since it's a draw, theoretically, it would be much better for Nils if they are both low on time.
Yes.
So he just wants to make a lot of moves, pretend that he's threatening anything, so Robson is thinking.
Yes. The problem is Robson, he's very good with low time because he is like a specialist on
But still,
internet with Blitz and Rapid and so on. So what do you think it will be a draw?
I think so, but I hope White will win a 4th game.
Yes.
A question?
Yes, since you're an expert on nominated engines, how would you play as white to try to at least get something?
So we got a question because they cannot hear the question. The question was, how do we play to win a position like this? We play on and hope for the best.
And avoid all immediate draws.
Avoid all immediate draws, exactly. Just to...
it's just to try to make the king go to the 8th rank.
But you can never force the king to the 8th rank, because if you could do it, then you would win. But you can never force it.
But okay, you want to push probably both pawns and at the same time?
Yes.
And then you have to give up one pawn and run with other.
Yeah. So I think the king should come and try to stop the H pawn, and then we try to hold the ending with the F pawn in the end, with the rook on the long side, which we all remember, of course.
But now White wants to move the F pawn at least one more step before giving up the H pawn.
Yes, he will, and I think he will play a lot of moves.
So for example,
King H6 was played, Rook E5.
And now White wants to move the king and play F4, but the problem is if the king moves,
there is a check.
Yeah, if it goes to the G file, there is a check. And if it goes to F5, black may capture the pawn.
So black's last move, Rook A1. This is very good.
Yeah.
Because this is what you should do. You should wait. Not start anything. And if the king comes here, then we give a check. And we go back. It's very important not to try to force the draw.
You can see if you black now gives a check on A4, which is a slight mistake, probably still a draw. Yeah, you
It's right. I cannot make a move. But let's say I will go here
and now you go to
B1.
Yeah, and then A1. So now comes rook king G3, I think, and now F4 is coming.
Yeah.
You cannot give the check on G1 anymore.
So you should wait. Don't give the check if you are not forced to. So you should wait. And now it's not so easy for white to do anything.
Okay, but we have to find some idea at least. Okay, if white just wants to push the F pawn, we can make a king G3. Check. And now, for example, king H2 or F2. Yeah, okay, H2 instead, so you avoid that one. No, it's okay, you can go there.
Yeah, I would play this
Yeah,
without.
and now I can push f4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would do that, not follow these rules.
Now I put it here just to see what white should do.
Okay, but if white now wants to advance, you have to go king f2 and rook e3. I think.
So we play this,
Black
this.
is waiting.
this, this.
And now you should just avoid exchanging.
Take, take, take. Or
No, that is winning. I'm coming to
Yeah.
e5.
yeah. So we cannot take. Very important to be careful. This is winning. So we cannot exchange the rooks. So we cannot stop white from advancing.
But now the h5 pawn is undefended. So maybe black can give a check and then take the pawn.
Yeah, because if he now plays rook e2, then we can probably exchange.
That was just an example.
Yes.
It's a draw.
So we will see what happened. He played rook e5. He played rook a1. It's very good. We like it.
And now the check on g1.
Yes. Gave one more check. No.
And if he goes to g2,
Can we not take? We have to be sure. Take, 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 take.
you can take.
I can take. And then it's a draw. So white has to go back, I guess. So
Yeah,
this
to
is the position.
g3. He can go to g3 and then to f2.
Yeah.
And we have the same position as we just had.
Yes.
No, he's quite confident, Robson.
He will make a draw, I think.
But well played by Nils to reach these
Yeah.
chances he had in the ending anyway.
Yeah. But I don't look forward to talk about this ending in 2 hours. To keep on. There is only a lot of checks and so on. And yeah, nothing happened.
Yeah.
But we will see a couple of more moves, and we will see if anything exciting is happening.
And yeah, you have the video there also, the camera.
Are they happy?
It's a Friday evening today.
Yeah. Oh, you don't. There is no chat anymore.
Good question.
If you have any questions, you can go to the Swedish Chess Federation YouTube channel, and you can ask Axel everything about his books. Maybe have some interesting variations to.
You can ask me about my caffeine I took yesterday, so I've not slept now in 2 days.
Well.
Moves are coming.
Yes.
And you follow this principle. Now
Yes.
it's soon a repetition, actually.
There is nothing happening. It looks like.
You can see now Robson is starting to look into the score sheet. Maybe he's noting that this is the
Aha.
second time. And
Want to check
yeah.
how many times.
And okay, of course Nils should.
Now he sacrificed the pawn. Should we take it?
Joel.
Joel, the expert.
Yes.
We should take it.
Yes.
Okay.
White would have wanted the f-pawn much further advanced in this situation.
And after this,
King h6.
no problem. And then the rook on the long side. Yeah, this is.
But if white reached this last position, there are some tricks there also.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure you even reached that one with the pawn only on f3.
Let's see, did they play like this? This king f5? No, this is our variation. It's not yet
But
played.
I think white should just play f4 instead of rook e8. Just try to push the pawn to get.
But then we go back.
And then if I go there, you start checking.
Or I can come here.
Yeah, I'm good. But okay, let's try. You can make moves and I push the pawn. Let's see what happens. f5. There is a trick. There was Aronian beating Carlsen in this kind of position. King f7. Yeah, I can show you the trick, I think. f6.
Oh, it's mate.
Okay.
It's mate. Maybe I should be more careful.
But you give checks with my mom's side.
Okay, so rook e7.
I think you should stay on the 8th rank.
f6, f6.
And now
This is the only move that was, I think.
this is the only move that draws, or
I think so.
I'm very happy. I played it.
Okay, so I play rook e6 now. Let's.
Can I go back? Rook. Sorry, rook e8. I give a check.
And now if the king goes to f8, the pawn is lost.
I come here. But this you can always lose these endings because they always come.
Now when I remember it, in Carlsen's game, the pawn was a e-pawn.
Yes.
It's still a draw.
Yeah.
But that was the case.
But you can always lose because you're always tired when you can.
Yeah, it was this situation, and Aronian played rook e6. Now I think it's black move, so he cannot do it.
No.
And then Carlsen had to move the king, but he did not, so he lost. And that was like the some big tournament in Moscow.
Yeah, a long time ago.
I think the drawing margin is larger blind.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
You can also make it, you can also temper it with the rook.
Yeah.
So,
This will end in a draw. Actually, it will not be so long, this game, I think.
Right, get some sleep before tomorrow's game.
So how is the score in the tournament? Sindarov is on 3 points.
And Erdogmus as well.
Erdogmus as well on 3 points. If this is a draw, Nils is on 2.5. What more do we have?
And no one else on 2.5.
No, I don't think so. Tan is on 2 points.
Robson.
Robson will be on 2 points if this is a draw. Ivanchuk, he is on 1.5. Lamy, he is on.
No, Ivanchuk is only on 1 point.
Didn't he win one? No, he's 2 draws.
I think so.
And Lamy, 2 draws and 2 losses.
Yep. And Rapport at 1.5.
Yeah, Rapport, yes, he has 1.5. Lost 2 games in a row. F4 played. It's heating up.
Okay, so Nils would have wanted the same position now, but with only 4 minutes each instead.
Yes, he has 2 more.
But Robson was too confident to allow that. Okay, so if White's rook was on e4, you can play rook g5 check now.
If this rook was here, then this would be a nice end to the game. But he played sorry. There is no. So this is the position. Black is thinking. How does it look?
He has no use of the time when the game is over, so why not use some time?
Yes. Shouldn't you play this?
We tried this, didn't we? King f6.
I thought about it.
Okay, so I go. Yeah, you will win the pawn probably if I go to f8. King. Okay. And yeah, this pawn looks lost.
Yeah. No, f5. I'm just playing random moves
But it's
to losing.
winning, yeah.
Yeah. No, the rook should not be here. The rook should be on the long side, one way or another. Let's say this. This is the way to play. King should be here, and then you give check on the long side.
We can see this final position we had in our left line. Like rook a1, and when you just push the pawn all the way, if we can create some trick there.
We'll play this. I wait, I think.
Yeah, you can wait in many ways. The king of king of rook e7 then. King f7.
You have to be careful when you try to be smart, because it never works.
Yeah, don't try.
So
f6.
I think you should go here, if I remember.
And now I go rook e6.
Aha, now you play this. If I give a check,
I go king f8.
king g6, you have f7 check.
Oh, then I'm winning. I think. Maybe not. Rook d6 now? No, then you give check and king g7.
Mm.
Wait, this might be good. Check there. Check there. Yeah, I go rook e1 now.
Also give a check.
Now I think it's winning. King e7. King f6. And now rook e8 next.
Yeah, or
Over.
or maybe this mating. You can always lose. It's not enough to know that it's a draw. But in a game, you will think a little bit harder, maybe. But it's still possible to lose, of course. Let's say how long have I come? f4. King h6 played, I think. Let's see.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is normal. And I don't even see how do we make progress. We cannot let the king come, because then it's immediate draw.
Yeah. Some new audience coming. So king f6 has to be tried.
Yeah. But what about this? Or do they want to play king h7?
Yeah, but we did not really see the end of this line.
No.
It was okay. King f7, yeah, we can see it again. Give another check, it should be correct. But maybe now a better move. Like rook, yeah. And then the king comes closer to the pawn.
Yes.
Now it must be an immediate draw.
Mm.
So probably Nils will not even get this last trick.
No. So this is the actual position. So maybe you can give a check. We will see what black will do.
So he started with 16 minutes, now we had 12 and a half. Still
Yes.
a lot of time.
Yes.
So you want to see the pairing for tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, it was not here. Not here.
That means
Drawing a lot. Should we zoom into this one?
tomorrow. Tomorrow is round 5.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we have the games Sindarov against Rapport, 2 highest rated players. Lamy is playing white against Grandelius. Robson is playing white against Tan. And Ivanchuk is playing white against Erdogmus.
So those players that won against those that lost, basically.
Yes.
How do you think it's gonna go?
The round or the tournament.
All the games tomorrow.
The games tomorrow, Sindarov against Rapport. Rapport is white. Draw. Ivanchuk, Erdogmus. Ivanchuk. Yeah, what? I must say something.
You win some time? No.
No. Robson Tan. White wins. Lamy, Grandelius, draw.
Well, what do you think about the end score? Do you think that's gonna win?
Probably Sindarov.
Who's playing best?
The other players, like Rapport, has lost 2 games because they are the 2 highest rated, Rapport and Sindarov. Sindarov playing more safe. I mean that Erdogmus should win. Would be surprising. He has had 3 whites in the 4 first rounds, so he now should play a lot of black games, which could be a problem maybe. Okay, he's played very good, but I would be surprised if he won the whole tournament. And since I think Ivanchuk will win tomorrow against Erdogmus, then of course, then I have actually no reason to believe in this, but Rook G6 was played, King F7, new check, King F8.
And Rook A7 was our try.
If this no, yeah, it was played, and we had.
But then we have Rook E7. Okay, it doesn't help much, I think. Just Rook A5. And threatening King G6, and the king is coming to the pawn.
Also threatening this.
And then I have Rook F7.
But then I have King G6.
Good.
So this is a threat.
Yep.
It's a draw, of course. This I played Rook G6 back.
Also good. If F5, then it's the pawn is lost.
On F5, you give a check, and then you go and collect the pawn. So Rook G6, what can it try?
And that is threatening to win the pawn immediately.
Yes.
If the king moves, there will be another check.
Yeah, then there is a check again, and we are back.
And if the king goes to E6, E7, it's also the same check.
So Rook G6. No, it's not so easy to find. But putting the rook in front of the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And now I lost the checks from the side.
Yes. So this was maybe quite smart. So we played this. F5 was played. Okay. We say we give a check.
No, it was not played.
It was our. Okay, sorry. I thought it was played. I do it like this. Moves. No, it was not played.
No, but it will not last many more moves.
No. King is.
There will be another check.
Yes.
And it's not the only way. The rook can go to A6, I guess.
But if we give the check, very normal.
Because what black wants is to put the king in front of the pawn. Then it's the safest draw.
Yes.
I think checking is checking away the white king, and then it's the root G7 F8 is open. Another check. And now maybe go to the long side with the rook, and now the king is ready to go back.
Yes. Yes,
It's a draw.
it's a draw. Rook g6. King e7 was played. He gave a new.
No, he did not.
he did not. This is a position. But he probably will. What else? He can.
So if you want something to discuss, how many moves are drawing here for black? Is that interesting?
You cannot move the rook along the 6th rank at least.
Yeah.
Because,
Then we have the
but
check.
now there was a new check. When did these endings?
Oh, the 50
I
moves
have
is
played,
very,
I have
very
played
far
F,
away.
yeah, I have played F4 of course.
Yeah.
Yes. So there is a check.
You know this in giveaway check when you must capture pieces.
Yeah.
You have the opening position. How many moves are winning for white by force in the first position? Because this is kind of solved.
How is it solved? Solved.
Yeah, not really a proof, but like to have.
I have
Winning.
no idea. Is there a lot of winning moves?
I don't know. Yeah, I know, but you can guess.
I guess on.
And which move? Oh, what? Which moves?
I have to Google it.
So e3 is the only winning move for white. One e3. You should lose all the pieces you are forced to take. That is the rules of the game.
And e3 is the only winning move.
Yeah, you want to get rid of the bishops quite.
Yeah. But if I don't.
There are 13 moves that loses for white by force.
Okay. This I must study.
Yeah.
So what happened? He played King f6.
They have other rules here.
Yes.
But we already had King f6, rook g6 check once. So now
Yes.
it's the second time, at least.
I don't think.
Yeah, it's not played, but it will be
Yeah.
draw. But this is not the longest game of the tournament.
No, Ivanchuk has played the first game. He played 110 move, and in the second game he played 100 moves. So he had a very rough start, which we now can see after these 2 losses. After this,
I was seeing this game with Ferdinand Hellas, the second game. We played against Lamy.
yeah,
And in the end game, he suddenly said, we must call Ulf Andersson.
yes.
Then to get just a solution. From his,
Did you get the solution?
no, then it was time for dinner, so we didn't call.
And how long? We are only on 67. This will end before 80. Is my
Yeah, much more, I think.
Yeah.
75 at longest.
Yes.
I don't know why he's thinking, because he give we had the position. Here it's the same position if he just gives the same check now.
You want to be sure.
I like this when you can check the score sheet and you can say, okay, I already made this move.
Yes, then you can just play it.
Yeah. And he did.
Yes.
And now if Niels goes to f7, is it the third time or not?
Not yet, I think. Then it's the second time when I give this check. And if he goes back. Not
there.
Not there because of this. The pawn ending is no good, but we can go back again where it was.
Threatening king g7.
Yep. I actually played king f5, so the rook should go back.
And that position we already had once,
Yes.
I think. Check. Yeah, we already had it one time. So he made something else.
Play rook g1, rook e7. Stopping the king. What if I go here?
Yeah, after king e5, you can go
King
king
G6.
g6, and you are on the way back.
Yes.
And threatening to check on e1 now.
Yeah. So normally you should play like this, even if it's
And it's not the only move that draws, but it's
no,
simple.
but it's simple to put the rook behind the pawn.
So now he has used half his time. It's down to 7.5 minutes.
And if he tries this to come here, then you always come here. And now you have 1 million checks.
But yeah, this was exactly what he did.
I played rook f1. Excellent.
He also played the next move. You'll see it soon.
I played rook f7. And he played rook a1. Then,
He knows it by heart.
yes, rook d7. Then you can go back to f1.
Because now white is threatening, like kind of threatening king e6.
Yeah.
And then starting to push the pawn.
I think you should go back.
And this is a draw even with the king on f6 and the pawn on f5.
Yes.
And now if king e5, then king g6, the same thing.
Yeah. And if we reach this square, we have this Philidor position with the king in front of the pawn, but it will not come to this. This will.
He
I
played rook.
I play rook f1. Yes. And this is now clear draw. Now it's time, Niels. It's time to give up the winning tries. He played rook e7.
And the,
I propose rook f2.
it should be as far away from the king as possible, but f2 is enough.
Yes. And it's so far back, so it's nothing dangerous going on. He played rook f2.
Yeah, he's confident.
Yes.
He increased his time now.
Yeah. Because now it's simple. Now it's known.
You had this in a game also?
Yeah, I have actually. I made a draw.
And you were confident all the way?
Yes, I was confident. So how does he look, Niels? Is he concentrated?
But he had some time now to understand it. The winning
Yeah,
chance.
he knows it's a draw, of course. And he cannot find any tricks.
And still he had a very good tournament so far. And
Yes.
this was a good
Yeah.
game, so no reason to be irritated.
No. What did we say? Tomorrow he was playing black against Lamy, I think.
And you proposed
Yeah.
this is a draw.
Yes. This is clear already. I would bet money on this.
But he's a half a point behind Grandelius.
Yeah, but with black against Lamy.
So what do you think? How's the rules?
And then I have to say that he wins. Yeah, tomorrow.
Rook d7. Excellent. I propose rook f1. Not yet played.
Then we have a repetition. This is the second time.
Yeah. So he played it.
So now no, we cannot make a repetition yet.
You can offer a draw. It's the most simple thing. It's a complete draw because there is no idea for white anymore.
Yeah, he showed that he knew how to
Yes.
work. Yeah. But he did not. But
He
now
gave
the
a
king-
check.
The king is coming back.
Aha, they took a draw. Was it a draw?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. King g7 and coming back, and it's too simple. Okay, this was an excellent round with 3 white wins and 1 draw.
Yeah, all exciting games.
Yes, and tomorrow we will have 4 more exciting games, we hope. So please welcome back at the same time tomorrow. Thank you for today.